Meeting to order at 10 o'clock. The 12th council meeting. The large agenda. Is there any additions to the agenda? Councilor Stevens?
I'd like to have a brief discussion about our rural crime committee.
And where is that? Would that be under council request for information?
Yeah, I'm good with
Would
that.
that be where we put it?
Yeah, I had originally scheduled that to be your committee of the whole later this month, but if you'd like to put it on today, yeah, we can call it 6.2 if that would work.
I'm good with committee of the whole.
Okay.
We wanna try and
So,
not add to the agenda.
okay, is there any other things to add to the agenda? Councilor Stillberg?
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
Didn't say that.
Yes, sorry about that, Councillor Nyberg. Councillor Nyberg is called in, so there was my first forget of it, so I apologize for that. Minute approval for the regular council meetings, May 8th, and committee of the whole meetings, May 23rd, 2024, page 6 of our package. Any questions or concerns on those? Councillor Gender? Okay, call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
Carried. Okay, our first delegation is at 10:30, and you're Donalda?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll go through a few things here then, and then move to that delegation. I guess we can do introductions. Get going, starting with Michelle.
Michelle Hoover, legislative assistant.
Ernie Gender.
Good morning. Paul McKay, Donalda Red Roll.
Larry Clark, Bothy Gadsby and Reeve.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Counselor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Spielberg, good morning. Ryan Moran, Council.
The next one we would be missing is Councillor Nyberg. He is on Zoom, but his voice is here, but not in body.
Nikki Morrison, Communications.
Andy Bridget, Director of Municipal Services.
Eva Cassidy, CU.
Quentin Beaumont, Manager of Vehicle Services.
Karen McKenzie, manager of Wellness.
Maureen Hankins, Manager of Recreation and Mission.
Leah Fox, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Maureen, you're ready for new business 7.7, request for decision, Reed Community Investment Program for 2024, intake number 2, page 51 of our package.
Good morning. The Community Investment Program was created in order to streamline sponsorship requests from community groups in an equitable way with a budgeted amount per year. We just had our second round of applications. The deadline was May 31st, 2024, and we had 9 organizations applying for funding, along with the Erskine Curling Club. We had the Stettler Variety Showcase, submit an application for a laptop ticket printer. Stettler Public Library is involved with the Soaring Project with the youth, with the mini golf course that they're looking at installing at the Stettler Museum. Big Valley Ag Society with the street dance. Stettler Adult Learning, they're looking for some website updates. Nevis Community Center would like to host a senior supper. Stettler High School Rodeo, costs for their August event. Stettler Friends of the Library, they're looking for some funding to help with Culture Days coming up in September. 4-H Multi-Crafty Crew, the Homestead Fair they had in June, they're looking for a little bit of support there. Big Valley Rodeo for their event in July. We also have the Erskine Curling Club that applied for funding, but they'll be presenting later this morning. So council consideration of their request can be made at that time. The 9 applications totaled $9,850. We had a budget amount of $15,000 annually, and last round we spent $4,250, remaining $10,750 for this round of funding.
Stuber?
Yeah, there's some really worthy projects for the community here. And I think though the Erskine Curling Club request is being at such a large one, it really doesn't fit this program because it would use all the funds of the investment program, community investment program. And I think that one would be better funded out of something else like rural development or something. But we have a delegation to hear on that later anyway. But I'd like to make a motion to approve all of the applications as presented, other than the Erskine Curling Club. That one be deferred till after their presentation, and all for the amounts that are listed.
Councillor Stolberg, I've just got a question for you. I see, like, we've got a balance left in that account, and with what the high school rodeos and the junior high rodeos bring to our community and our town, I was wondering, they're only showing us $250. I was wondering if we could bump them like to at least 500 to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, last year, I think Nikki, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did fund them 500, right?
Sure, no, I'd be open to that amendment.
To the amendment?
Yep. You bet $500 for the high school rodeo.
Sure.
Any other questions, concerns?
Reeve Clark,
Yes.
you have a hand up on the screen.
Okay, Councillor Nyberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this the last round for this year? I can't remember if we do it in 3 rounds or 2.
Just 2 rounds.
Okay, so there would be funds left over, and any of those funds left over, would they be put into next year's budget? Is that the idea behind this?
We got a nod from Yvette on that, so.
Okay, no, and that's what I just don't want to, I think we've made a decision to invest in our community, and I like the way we're doing this, and I just don't want to see us shortchange the community if one year they only need a few dollars, and the next year it seems to be a little bit more. So I am very much in favor of your proposal of the amendment. That sounds great, Mr. Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Grover?
Big Valley Curling Club, they put a new roof on their building. They did not get a hold of you, or no?
No, I haven't heard anything from them. Councillor Grover? No. I don't know, have they applied maybe for the Community Facility Enhancement Program or CFAP or maybe RSPF? Maybe they're thinking later.
I'll talk to them and then I'll. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens?
For a project that size, I think they would have better luck at RSPF. There's a substantially more budget that.
What I told them is I think they should have an assessment done by an experienced carpenter, because I think they're going to have, it's going to be a big project. Was my opinion when I looked at the building.
Okay, well, we have the ones on the table, and the motion with friendly amendment. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that will be carried.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got our public hearing at 1 o'clock. Craig, we need for new business. We've got actually 2 sections of new business this time.
Your copy is different, Mr. Reed, to try and give you an idea of timing. Do you want a regular copy in front of you as well?
Oh, this is fine. Okay. Request for decision. I guess we can go through some policies a bit.
Yes, we can.
Request for decision, read policy CN 1.07, council member at large and community member use county vehicles. Page 28 of the package.
So council reviewed this at the committee of the whole. It's also been on the webpage for 30 days for public input, and we have received none. So we're just moving it forward for you to adopt.
Questions or concerns? Councilor Stevens?
I'll move this policy with staff recommendation 1.
Questions or concerns? I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Carried. 7.2, request for decision, read policy CN acceptance of gifts by members of council, page 31 of the package.
This policy is the same. It was presented to you at committee of the whole. It's been on the website for 30 days for public input. We have received none, so we're just looking again for you to adopt it to move it forward.
Councilor Gender,
Accept it as presented, please.
call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried. Request for decision, policy CN 1.09, broadcasting and recording of public meetings, page 35 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I should let Andrew speak to this one because I don't like this policy.
Yeah, so this is similar to the last two policies. You guys took a look at this one at committee of the whole. However, changes were recommended for this one. It similarly has been available for public comment with none received. But the only substantial changes to this one, besides the formatting you've seen in the other policies, is that we split out appeal board hearings from statutory committee meetings because the appeal boards should be responsible for setting whether they stream or broadcast or record their meetings independently of council and the policy. So that's the only significant change to this.
Councilor McKay,
I'll move that we accept this as presented with changes.
questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
Carried. 7.4, request for decision, policy PW 2.18, contract gravel operators, page 40 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this policy was also brought to council. This is one that we're looking to rescind. We've also had it on the webpage with that notification that we're hoping to rescind it. Received no feedback. We haven't used contract gravel operators for some time now, so just want to get it out of the books.
Councilor Gender?
Move it as presented because we have not utilized.
What's that? Virtual. At a virtual hand. Okay. Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, again, if we needed to use contract operators in the case of a emergency situation, how does that work? How does that play with this one?
And we've got an answer, I think.
Yeah, so at that point, we would just fall back to our regular procurement policy. This previous policy, we're recommending rescission of organized an annual, basically call for interest and sort of a draw system for choosing across the spectrum. That was when we did a substantial amount of work where we would hire one-off guys quite a bit. And we wanted to make sure there was a fair expectation on how we were going to do that. But we do have our procurement policy, which guides all of our purchasing. And that one, of course, you'll see revised in an upcoming meeting. But it is sufficient to cover both emergent and non-emergent project work basis.
Thank you.
Councilor Grover?
If we, on our paved roads, if we put a culvert in and somebody is paving already, we can't hire them to to do the pavement over the culvert?
We just use our procurement policy and enter into a business contract with them.
Any other questions? Councilor Gender had a motion on the table. I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That's carried. 7.5, request for decision, re-policy AG 3.01, lease lands, page 43 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this one's been reviewed a number of times and we brought it back and again, sent it out for public consultation, received none. Quentin's here if you have any further input into it, but we're just looking to move this forward. There was also concerns raised when we did the last. We've had a few stragglers come in, but about whether or not you can lease outside of the county, right of first refusal, just a few things that we addressed in the policy. I think we've got it buttoned up pretty good now. Stocking units was another one, or stocking rates, right? Yeah, that was another one that we addressed.
Councilor Silver?
Yeah, I know we went over the stocking rates quite lengthy in our last discussion, and we came up with that, other than cattle, they would have to get an approval from the council. But then that's gonna stretch out the advertising process, because you advertise it, and if someone wants to put horses or something else on, then they're gonna have to come to council to make an agreement on a stocking rate, and get their application still in before the deadline. So there could be a slight wrinkle with the way we've done it, but this policy is reviewed annually. Anything through SV, but I just had never considered that before. The advertising will have to change now.
Could we advertise prior to these leases coming up?
Yeah, they're on a fixed schedule.
Yeah.
Stevens?
That's possible, but historically, there's been one leaseholder in one plot of land. So I think the chances of this causing substantial delays is fairly limited if history is any indication. So I'm comfortable moving this policy forward as presented.
I do think we've got it in other areas on some of our bigger leases too.
Oh,
We've had horses in my area on county land, right?
But if we could advertise it 2 months from
Whatever we need before our leases would come up, then
that way, everybody, if they miss it, well, that's.
Well, they could also include it in their bid, right? When, like, because we get written bids from everyone, and they could include it in their bid that they propose to place so many head of horses, so many head of sheep, goats.
And when we're evaluating, then you look at that as part of the evaluation.
Quinn, you had your nothing?
You're right, they can add that in their bid. You do have in here that they have to get council approval at a council meeting to graze something other than cattle. So they'd have to do that before they put their bid in. And we've had 2 different parcels of land have horse on them. Currently, there's horses out at Erskine, and in the past, there's been horse at Indian.
And then,
And we do advertise ahead, like we'll advertise in January. And grazing doesn't commence till July. We try and get a decision made before May so that rent can be paid as of May 1 for the July graze.
Yeah, and really, basically, the difference on that is stocking rates, isn't it, on how we would stock it. So even if it came in with bids and it was a higher bid and they knew that stocking rates could be restricted with horses, or I don't know what you would do with sheep, if it would be up or down, they seem to eat everything in their path.
I assumed we just reject identity bids with sheep.
I see we have electronic.
Keep them muted, Andrew. Keep them muted.
Well, they're not they're not fenced for sheep.
So that would, I think there's.
Yeah.
This is the reason that I called in, so I could hear you guys talk about me.
We talk about you to your face, you'd just be interfering. We have to let you speak now, so.
True that.
Yeah. Councillor Stevens did put a policy forward, or put a motion forward. Any other questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
Carried. 7.6, request for decision. Read Donalda fire contract extension, page 48 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Andrew speak to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Village of Donalda had provided their 2 years notice of an intent to withdraw from Stettler Regional Fire and our agreement with them as the county. In 2023, the town and the county negotiated a new joint servicing agreement for the fire department, which included some substantial changes to it. At that time, we approached the Village of Donalda and asked if they wanted to consider negotiations and an extension to their withdrawal from the fire agreement. And they did as such, and so we agreed to a 6-month extension until the end of June of this year. We had hoped to be negotiating that by now, but due to the village's loss of quorum and loss of staff, obviously they couldn't engage in that. So they have requested that we extend that notice period again until March 31st, 2025. Administration has no concerns with that extension, as it would not prohibit us from entering into a new agreement prior to that. It simply gives us a little bit of time to sit down and talk and figure out what the best solution for both municipalities is.
Council Gender?
I was gonna wonder, okay, how did they March 31st of 25 come up with a date?
That came from their interim CAO, and I actually didn't ask the justification behind it. It felt a lot like the provincial year end, and that might have been what he was thinking of, but I don't have any qualms either way.
Myself, I would like to be able to change it to, if we give them a 6-month extension, finishing off in December.
That's certainly an option. That would effectively be option 2 that we've laid out in the staff recommendations.
But I question that, the fact that we can enter into an agreement if we get down that road further, it just saves paperwork for an additional 3 months too, Council Gender.
Yeah, we're still working on some bugs in the regional fire agreement with the town. So once we get those sorted through, we're hoping to be able to sit down and start reviewing our agreements with Big Valley, Donalda, White Sands, and Roshan Sands. So, and we are a little short staffed right at this point. So kind of, I'm not opposed to this 9-month extension. I think it would assist us with just being able to, we're just going into what, 6 months now of our new original agreement, and we're still working through it. So.
We have Councilor Nyberg's hand is up.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To that end, so I do think that we should become a budgetary item for the Donalda Council and for our council as well. I do see where the administrator, the interim administrator would go on the provincial schedule versus our schedule. So I think we need to move this into a budgetary item as such that both us and them have it for our budget of 2025. And I think we should put this on the agenda next time to have a set schedule. Let's make some meeting dates. Everybody's getting busier. And if we put a date in place for the fall, and then it just forces that everybody knows that we're going to be on September 2nd, we're going to be meeting for a discussion instead of just leaving it to the side of the desk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Nyberg. You're breaking up a little bit, but I think we got the main gist of that. Councilor Spielberg?
Yeah, I think it makes good sense, and it's very understandable with what transpired in Donalda with their council having to be reelected and everything, that it makes good sense to grant them the extension as in option 1 until March 31st. So I'll make the motion to do that.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Councilor Grover, you were in favor on that?
I voted.
Carried. Okay, we will, with Quentin in the room, we will move down to 7.15, request for decision re-spray system purchase, page 166.
Good, Mike.
Thank you. So as you guys are aware, the cabin chassis spray truck is at the shop. We are 90% done building the deck, ready for a spray system. Included in this package is the quote from Stone Blue Enterprises for a spray system for the new truck and to replace the system on 277 so that they're both the same. Actually don't see the quote is not with it, but it is $101,565 for one system. We plan on installing ourselves, so we're going to save roughly $10,000 in labor, which will make up the difference for the second spray system for the other truck. There were 2 options for spray systems. but Midtech has removed itself from the market. It is no longer roadside spray systems. It was bought out by a company and dismantled. So the other part of this is the Midtech systems on my trucks, I no longer have parts for.
Just a question back to the, what additional do you need over this? Is it 90,000 or is it?
Well, I don't need additional. I have money set aside in budget for this year for the new truck, the 245. There's money there for that spray system. And then we rolled over from last year money, the 90,000 for unit 277. So I have in the budget enough to cover both spray systems.
This is about an expense.
This has been budgeted for, yeah.
This is just a large purchase, and we always bring the large purchases back for council's blessing.
Okay.
I have no problem with this, so I'll move that we adopt this presented.
Councilor Stevens?
One question for staff. Is Stone Blue the kind of the only supplier available currently?
Or roadside spray systems in Alberta, yes. I could go out of Ontario. That'll kill us in freight.
No, I would not support that. I just want to make sure that they are local.
They're based out of Strathmore. And I do use them when we can't figure out our spray systems. I truck them down there and he helps me out. They are my local company. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? I'll call the question then. All in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried. Request, do you need your weed inspectors here? Or can we go into 7.16?
We do not need the weed inspectors here. They're currently out doing other work.
Good. Okay, 7.16, request for decision, the weed inspector appointment, page 167 of the package.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. These are our summer students, and we just need to appoint them so they can go in and do inspections.
I'll give you that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Newberg, any questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried. Okay, I think at that point, we will move to our 10:30 delegation. And with the village of Donalda, if you want to come up to the podium. And
Thank you.
that would be page 20 of our package.
Has everybody read the letter? Would you just like me to read the letter or
Just,
kind of explain?
yeah, you can go through the letter if you want to and explain or just.
Okay.
It's-
Well, yes, of course. We received a letter from Mr. Breiswick. I think that's close enough. Andrew, and about the situation that we're in a contract to have I read here, a relief resource on our water, but we've been using this relief full time now for 4 years, which is surprising on my part. But so I'm fully aware of the County of Stettler giving us the opportunity to still keep up with our water, and we were given a quote of June 14th for the ending of this utility monitoring agreement, and I'm just asking the council to extend it to August 16th of this year so that we have the opportunity. We're in the process of hiring a new public foreman with the stipulation that he's going to either have water tickets or is going to be learning water tickets or learning to get his water ticket so he can do that rather than relying on the county to do that for us.
Back to Andrew, how long does that take if they don't hire somebody that's got their tickets?
For small systems, I think it still does take a few months. But I could be mistaken on that. Of course, we don't have any systems that are small system certification in the county, so I'm less familiar with that training regimen.
We have a procedure for whatever.
Yeah.
Steps.
Yeah, and it takes them, 6 months to a year to get fully certified where they can be out of the supervision of our guys.
Yeah, about 6 months. But I'm just asking for this a time for right now, just to kind of like see if we can also search around, see if there's any others who can help out temporarily at the time too. So.
Councilor Stevens?
Have you had much in applications or feedback
Yes.
for this position?
Yes. Yeah, he's in the process of interviewing actually. So we have about 5 applicants.
Councilor Gender?
Is our workforce capable of continuing on and assisting?
Yeah, so this was obviously a council direction, as you're aware. However, the village's request to have a hard stop at August 16th is not unreasonable, and we could accommodate that if council wished to proceed in that direction.
I see we've got Councilor Nyberg's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still of the opinion, though, that this is where I have the issue with this. Our guys are going out and doing overtime work on our stuff while they're doing non-overtime work at the villages. And this is where I've had some issue in the past. And I think that's a concern still, where we go and do our work all day long for us, and then we go out and do overtime work for them, and we're not getting compensated properly for it. So that's my concern with this one.
I can respond to that one. The existing contract that's in place does actually account for both overtime to directly support the village, as well as overtime to complete tasks for the county that would have otherwise been in normal time had it not been for a request from the village or a situation in the village. So even if we end up, if we get deferred at 2 o'clock to go to the village for something emergent, and then we're spent 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock doing routine work for the county, the contract does require the village pay at the overtime rate for that, and that overtime rate is inclusive of our costs.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg, I see your hand up again. Phil?
And Mr. Chairman, I agree with that, but I think as we were alluded to earlier, we're in a situation of we're tight on staff, and this is an extra cost, and I think we need to be very cognizant of why we're doing this. And it's nothing against the village or anybody. It's just the simple fact that in my opinion, this is a financial cost of the county that we need to look at.
Thank you. Councilor Stevens?
In the recent history, Donalda's had some issues with their water infrastructure. Does us carrying on as providing support carry any risk to us, given the damaged or repaired infrastructure that is getting quite aged?
Not explicitly. So in any situation with any of our water operators, they have their licensing requirements, and their licensing requires them to adhere to the code of practice. Now, whether that be management from the county or management from a village as in a contractor, in either case, if there was something that was preventing them from being able to fulfill the code of practice, that would be where the issue would lie. So if, for example, there was a catastrophic issue with some infrastructure and the village was not willing to repair it, that would constitute a default under our contract, and we would end the contract on nearly immediate notice. However, if they are working to diligently rectify that issue, then of course every contravention is reported directly to the province, and we would be seeking guidance from the province in that regard.
CEO Gadsby?
So one of the issues that Donalda's had in the past is that they've had problems with their reservoir standpipe, which means they've come right off the Shirley-MacLellan for quite a bit of the time that they've had water into Donalda, which is 10 years. So, of course, we are responsible for the water and the quality coming out of the Shirley-MacLellan line. So until Donalda, goes on with their new reservoir or comes up with another solution for their existing reservoir and standpipe, our guys are going to be pretty involved because they are coming straight off of the Shirley-MacLellan system.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to make a note too that the Donalda Council, the new Donalda Council, myself and I, we are working towards being self-reliant definitely. And our top priorities are hiring CEO, looking over our budget, and then the water, for sure. That's our only list right now on what we're trying to accomplish this time.
Thank you. Councilor Stuber?
I really, being our guys have been up there this long, and I think the transition to Donalda's own forces of another month or two, I have no problem with an extension of a month or two. So, I think if it helps them, and then I'm sure we can partner on other things along the way, and I think it might be good for our community partnerships. So I'd be willing to make the motion to support the extension of up to 2 months.
Okay, Councilor Grover and then Councilor Nyberg.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it to extend it, what is it, to August 16th? Or until you get a new public works foreman. I don't know. I think that shouldn't be in there. I think it should be till August 16th, and that's it.
Guys can be fully trained. Go ahead, Henry.
I think the village's letter accommodates that. They said that whatever occurs first. So if August 16th comes and they haven't hired or fully trained a public works foreman, August 16th is still the date. But if they get somebody in place ahead of then we can let go of unmoney.
Yes,
I think that's quite reasonable.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg?
I'd like to finish. Yeah, if you have 5 applications that have their papers and everything else, right?
No, I don't know actually to that extent. I just know the amount and that he's in the process of hiring because the council is not in charge. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Thank you.
Councilor Nyberg? Councilor Nyberg?
Not sure.
Okay, sorry, I was having a hard time listening, but got to speak into the mic. Sorry, my apology.
Yeah, you're breaking up again too.
It's subtract operators. We do not have to be the one, and this does come to a considerable saving to the village, and I'm okay with that till August 16th. But like I said, I hope they appreciate that.
Any other questions, concerns?
I'll call the question then. All in favor?
Mr. Clerk, can I get clarification on who made the motion?
That's Gilbert. Yeah. And Councilor Nyberg, I don't know if he's there or gone. Okay. Hey, you are really breaking up now, Councilor Nyberg. Okay, so that's.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good luck in your new role.
Thank you.
Okay. Where do we move to now?
We can certainly go to the water hookup requests. I can present that.
You can present that, okay. Decision to read water hookup 7.8, page 86 of our package.
So this, we've actually got 3 requests for water hookups. This is the first in Township 3520 for a single connection. That would be about 5.3 kilometers of line, plus the appurtenances, labor and vaults and such. That cost is estimated to be about $500,000. Now these are based on per unit pricing that are broad estimates. And this would be considering about 3-inch line basically. But the what I'm saying is the budget figures could potentially be quite a bit higher or lower. I would say, plus or minus 30%. But just to give you an idea, it is a substantial capital project as well, and that would be so straight west of the or straight northwest, I suppose, of the village of Big Valley for the single connection.
And kind of one of the only.
Yeah, definitely. There is no other interest that has been expressed in that area. There's one a couple miles north, which is quite a fairly substantial project on its own as well. But yeah, we've got fairly limited interest in the Big Valley area in general.
Councilor McKay?
Yeah, the cost for one person is quite high here, so I would move that we go with option 3 for further planning. Look at it and carry it down the road to look, see if we can get more people in line to make it more valuable.
So option 3.
Yes.
Questions, concerns?
You're going with 3?
Yeah, number 3 is for future, so if we can get more people online, makes it more affordable.
Till it gets more affordable, I'm in with that. $12 million for one house.
All in favor? We've got Mr. Knight.
In favor?
Okay, carried. Okay, 7.9, request for decision, water hookup request, page 89 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another request. This is a bit of a bigger project. This is in Township 3920, and there are 4 services that are being requested. 3 of these services actually did sign into water service agreements in the 2013-2014 area. And back then, the connection fee was only $10,000. So it would be administration's recommendation that that would be the connection fee that should be honored. So the connection fees for this would be $45,000, 1 being at $15,000, and 3 being at $10,000. And the estimated budget, it would be approximately $385,000 for this line.
Councilor Gender?
I actually went around last night and I was collecting right from 601 all the way down to 39.2. On 601, the new residents up there, they said, no, thank you. They've got a well that produces 40 gallons a minute. One further south was probably about 15. As it went down into this area, like the wells will produce, but they sand off. I went further south about another mile, and then it kind of dwindled out that no one was interested again. But within that, there was one other resident from the very north one. There's an acreage just off down to the south, a couple 100 yards. Yes, they said that they might be interested. There is a possibility of, say, like on the 5. But even with that, I would like to have this brought up to say, like, with another committee of the whole, that we discuss this, because we do have other projects that we'd like to be able to say, yes, we are going to do them. Be very difficult to make a commitment at this point. I guess with that, I'll look at option number 3 and to bring this forward to another committee of the whole so we can have more discussion on it.
Councilor Grover?
I want to speak to the sand problem. They can put in a screen. Really, it should be told that by our.
I'm sure they probably have been told that by their water well drillers, so I don't know.
No, some of them just want to drill another hole, Larry. Anyhow, so they have it for public knowledge that sand can be stopped coming in. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
Carried. Okay, request for decision, water hook up, page 92.
All right, and this is the last one we have for today. It's another larger line for a single resident in Township 3918. We're estimating about 5.8 kilometers of line required for a rough value of about $560,000. Of course, at all of these project values, they would have to be tendered if we wanted to proceed, and that's why we've only gone with budget estimates. So you can see this one, and this one would shave a little bit off. It's not much, it's about a quarter mile if the Trestle Estates project went ahead first, because this one would branch off of that line.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move option number 3 to defer for future planning.
Questions, concerns? Councilor Gender, you? No. Okay.
I'm just trying to, like it's saying in the northwest part of 20, but it's not really making sense on here. On the location. Is it one of those?
20, so it should be this one right here, along 39-4, just east of 850. Did it say 3920? Oh yeah, 3918. Northwest of the 20. So it's just that little acreage in the northwest quarter.
My map is coming up with the two of them on section 23 and 24.
Yeah, so that's sections 23 and 24 are in 3919.
Okay.
Those are part of the Trestle Estates project or potential project.
Okay.
This line would be from the same start point as that line, north a quarter mile, and then east a mile, north a mile, and east almost a mile and a half.
I'm not concentrating on that part. It
If
was
you're looking at
awful.
the screen here though, you can show on your circle.
But I was looking at my own screen
No,
here.
but I mean,
Yeah.
look at this other screen and then between that, so we understand where we're
Looking.
Okay. Has someone made a motion on that one
That's
there?
number 3. Okay,
Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
Yeah, carried. Back to you.
the beauties of,
Of mobile communication. Can you do the offer to purchase for the lot, or do we need to wait for Sharon for that?
Yeah, I think probably we should wait for Sharon. She's got more background.
Email Sharon, so she should be.
Okay, yep.
The next things are for Ivan. Gadsby Ball Diamonds is probably, is that through somebody in the room here, or is that through?
That would be via
CAO report.
We could go to 9.1, bylaw 1723-24.
we can do it though.
Yeah, you bet.
The third reading.
Page 169 of our package.
So I don't make you a special agenda. It's
So this is the same bylaw you guys saw last month. At that time, we had just brought it forward to consider what changes would be necessary for a water restriction to go into place. We brought that forward, but at the same time in that same meeting, we did award a new contract for the wastewater hauling for Buffalo Sands and Buffalo View Estates. So council directed at that time that they would give first and second reading and ask for third reading, or the report for third reading to present the cost of accommodating those haulage rates into the consumption rate. So we have done that to remain cost neutral, and this is shown in the bylaw and the report. For the new septic haulage, the rate would need to be changed from the current amount of $14.25 per cubic meter to 2.5 times that, approximately at $35.52 per cubic meter. So I have brought forward the draft with that in that, but council has the discretion to lower that rate and thereby subsidizing the utility from taxes.
Councilor Stevens?
I agree with, I don't particularly like the rates, but I agree with the principle on this one, keeping it revenue neutral. So I will move third reading on staff recommendation.
And I suppose one note I would just think of, and potentially an amendment to your motion, would be to consider an implementation date. Originally, we had brought this forward just with the changes to water restrictions. So we said upon getting reading, third reading, but potentially for that scheduled date, we may want to put that out so that the invoices at the end of this month can give at least a month's warning of the impending change.
So that would be for,
So I would say effective August 1st. And that would be Schedule A would be all we would need to change. So if you wanted to amend
I will amend my motion to make it effective August 1st with notice given to the affected users.
Questions, concerns? Councilor Gender.
So is this relating to Boland's tanks?
Yes, so the Rochelle Sands Heights subdivision as well as the Buffalo Sands subdivision. Both pay the same rate and both are serviced by the same contract.
Other questions?
Motion on the table, call the question, all in favor?
Favor.
That would be carried. We have Sharon back in the room. 7.11, request for decision, re-offer for purchase of lot, page 95 of the package.
So yeah, I'll turn this one over to Sharon.
Thank you. We have received an offer for a lot in Indian, and the lot is approximate in size, is 581 square feet in size. The applicant owns the lot just to the east of this parcel and would like to add it to their present property. They have offered $500. So in our recommendation, we have to follow Section 70 and Section 606 of the Municipal Government Act, that the county look at this offer for the sale of Plan 4374 DN Block 2, Lot 16 for $500 plus GST, subject to the following: accepting the parcel sold as area, as is, where is, and the understanding the county makes no representation and gives no warranty whatsoever as to the adequacy of the service, soil conditions, land use, districting, development conditions, absence or presence of environmental contamination, servicing, or the development ability of the subject property for any intent of the purchaser. And also the purchaser look after the cost for registration at land titles if this offer is accepted by council. Also, being that this offer is less than what our assessment is on it, we'd also have to follow through with another section of the Municipal Government Act where we would have to advertise for 2 weeks, and then it also has to have the information that they can also do a, what is it called?
Petition.
Thank you, petition, and collect so many votes, and it would come back. If they do file a petition, then council would have to look at it again afterwards.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. If I can just add, you'll see this procedurally looks a little different than we've done it in the past. We're actually looking for a motion to advertise notice of a proposed motion. This is more specifically in line with the MGA. The MGA does actually say for an advertised resolution, you cannot vote on it until the petition period has elapsed. So rather than saying, we'll say yes, and then if it comes, and then if a petition comes, we'll undo our motion. We're saying we won't actually vote on a motion until the petition period has elapsed. So you would see this come up again in September.
So is it 2 months?
2 months or 2 weeks?
It's 2 weeks of advertising followed by 60 days that they have to bring in a valid petition.
Councilor Navarro's got his hand up.
So can we run the 2 weeks? Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can we run the 2 weeks concurrently with the 60 days? So it becomes
No.
40. No, it has to be 60 days plus 2 weeks. Is that what I understand?
It's actually specifically the wording is that the 60 days starts at the last advertisement of it. So if we advertise for 3 weeks, the actual notice period or the petition period wouldn't start until the 3rd week. So we do actually have to specifically stop advertising after the 2nd week.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion after we're done dealing with this, please. So,
And Councillor Stulberg has it on it.
Yes. A question to administration, I guess, Sharon. Was the applicant fully aware of this delay, that by putting a bid under assessed value that there would be this extra process?
We did not discuss the extra because I didn't know what his offer was until that time. Okay. He has asked regarding this lot before because it's adjacent to him. I will be in contact with him regarding the extra time, but until I know what you guys' thoughts are.
Okay. I know lots have sold for $500 in Enjang in the past, some of them. And so I'll make the motion that to direct administration to advertise this notice, the option 1. And then if for some reason he doesn't have the luxury of time, he can always come in and pay full assessed value, and it would eliminate this process. So I'll make the motion to advertise this.
I just, one other question, how big are these lots? Like you said, 580 some square feet.
They're not very, they're longer, but they're not very wide. If you notice there, he owns the 2 lots to the east, but.
Larry, if you see that, the 2 lots to the east, the white outline, that's where a mobile home used to sit.
Okay.
So a mobile home takes up 2 lots.
So these lots are usually like 50 feet by 125 to 130. Yeah, they're 50 by 125.
Councillor McKay?
Do we have any building restrictions on this, on these properties that are sold? Because obviously there was, I don't know if there is still a mobile home there, but to add one more lot. Oh, to add one more lot there, you could almost suggest that he might be just land grabbing, and I know it's happened in the past in the village of Donalda too, and now we got lots that sit vacant for years and years and they don't sell them, so.
They're, unless they go north and south on that lot, there's not going to be very much room either way to put something else on there.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, I would just elaborate on what Sharon said, is that that lot alone under a different owner that wasn't adjacent would be heavily restricted by the setbacks in the land use bylaw because it's so narrow.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
in favor?
Opposed? Councillor McKay is opposed. Carried.
Mr. Nemrick to raise.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, could I'd like to make a motion that we instruct administration to bring back to council the format for a resolution to go forward with this to either the red tape reduction, or I'm not sure which minister. This has become a real nightmare. We need to, in these small hamlets and lots, need to be able to exercise the ability to sell them. I think the 2 weeks gives us adequate time, but this new 60-day MGA to petition it really has handcuffed council in trying to move our economic development forward. So,
are you suggesting a 10-week delay for a $500 lot is excessive?
not at all. I think that's how business runs all the time. Every time I go buy something for $500, I wait 10 weeks for it.
Okay. Questions or concerns on that, or concerns from administration on that? Fair enough.
Yeah, we can certainly draft something, although because this is a clause intended to increase public accountability on what could potentially be non-arm's length transactions, I would warn that our chances of success, or our made success in lobbying on it, may be limited, but it's always worth a resolution.
Karen, you had your hand up?
One of the other reasons why they may have this in place is if this was to be taken, tax recovery lots are a little bit different. If this was to be taken back through tax recovery,
we would still have to uphold what the market value is to protect the previous owner. Because there's also other recommendations under the tax recovery that person could come in and actually look for the difference, whether we sold it under its value or whether we sold it over its value. So there is a reason why this is in place also.
So, Mr. Chairman, I totally understand what the administration is explaining to us, but this is relatively new because in the past we haven't done that. This petition became aware to us in the last few years, and I think it's in place for a number of reasons, but I don't think this is the intended reason for a petition. And I would dare say I'm not sure if one has ever went through in the province of Alberta that somebody has petitioned a setup like that. So you have a number of advocacies that you can make your intentions known if somebody you think council's selling something too cheap. The petition may not be one of them.
Thank you, Andrew. I was just going to clarify for council. The advertising requirements and the procedure behind them are not specifically new. However, our understanding of how to apply those is newer, and that's why you've seen sort of the evolution over the last few years.
That's what I'm saying too. It may have been always on the book, but we never used it or didn't have notice of it. So.
Any other questions on that?
I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
You're in favor? Okay, carried. Okay, we will move to our 11 o'clock delegation. 5.2 Erskine Curling Club refunding request. We'll start with introductions with Michelle.
Michelle Huber, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, Stettler. Good morning. Paul McCade, Donalda Red Roll.
Larry Clark, good morning.
Dave Grover, Big Valley Councilor.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Morning, Les Gilbert, Weimar Indian Councilor.
Nikki Thorson.
James Snyberg, Councilor for Erskine South Warding.
Sorry, James. Nikki Thorson, Communications.
Andrew Brishick, Director of Municipal Services.
And Andrew, would you introduce yourself, please?
Miles Armstrong. I'm the chairman of the 2025 Provincial Playhounds, representative of the Erskine Curling Club.
You want to do that there, Miles, or do you want to do it up? You want to stand up and?
Probably pick up.
I'm not much of a speaker, but I'm working on it, I guess. Didn't do much for each back in the day. Okay, so we are bringing in the 2025 Alberta Provincial Playdowns. It's a big event for all of Alberta. Winner gets to go on and represent Alberta and try to beat Team Canada and also go for the Worlds. So this is a little event that can start here and showcase what Alberta can do. How this all come about was a friend of mine, Darren Moulding. He is the head ice technician for this event. Phoned me and just said, is there any way you can pull this off in very little time? And I said, well, give me a couple of days, and a few phone calls later, and we decided we could try and do this. So it was a lot of rush and a lot of phone calls and a lot of figuring everything out, but we've managed to come up with a plan. We've come up with all the funding that we think we can have, plus looking for extra grants. We've applied for the grant from the county. We've applied for the grant from the Alberta government, and we're asking town and council for money and also the county. So our biggest costs are going to be in the rec center. It's cost $26,000 that for the 2-week period that we need Avenue. We're looking at costs of $10,000 for ice making costs. The contract for the ice maker alone is $12,000. And then just all the extra costs that come up about with insurance and everything else. So there's a lot of funding costs and everything just to try and get this event off. And we're looking like we could be up again to try and get through this event by the time all our ticket sales go live. So
Our ticket sales are going to be live July 1st. I don't know if anybody has seen, we've had them out and about here. We have full event passes for $250. That gets you into every draw. It gets you a registered seat. General admission is $20. And then we have offers for kids are down to $5 and $10 for children. We have sponsor booths that we're setting up for $8,000 and $6,000, and then a bar seating table for $1,000. So we're hoping to have all them all sold out as best as we can, so we're ready to go for the event and have all the full out sales ready to go. Other than that, so our main ask is we have the town for the same. We're asking for $20,000 to try and help us get this event through. We believe we're bringing a huge amount of money to the town of Stettler, and also it'll feather out through the county too. And just to show that some of us little clubs, we will be the smallest club by landslides since I've ever pulled one of these off. It's not even close. Smallest town and anything to try and do this. So that's our main ask right now is for $20,000 from town, $20,000 from county, and see what we can do. Has anybody got any questions? Yep.
26, you went through that pretty fast. What was it for?
Which story?
26,000.
It's for the rec center. The rec center alone is $26,000 to rent, so.
Did you get any estimates about what kind of tourism spinoff one of these events bring in?
Through Curling Alberta's analytics, they claim that $500,000 is what it brings into the town. And I believe that's from a few years ago, and the people I've talked to all said that's very light. It's way more than that now.
Have you met with the town yet?
Yes, I met with the town 10 days ago.
I know you suggested that you're not much of a speaker. In your letter, it might be worthwhile proofreading these before you present them. I think you mistakenly referred to curlers as athletes. Not sure if that's accurate.
Well, come on out and sweep the full game with me. I'll yell at you the whole time. It'll be good.
There's a difference between curlers and bonspielers. Remember that, Mr. Stevens.
Bring some discipline to our two Erskine counselors if you did.
Yeah, I'd like to see him out there. But yeah, that's
Miles. We used to curl together. You remember that?
Oh yeah, curled in Big Valley a few times.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we take from the Rural Development Fund $20,000 in donation to this very worthwhile event.
Any questions, concerns? Councilor Grover?
I think the town should be putting in more money because they're gonna benefit from this.
We're hoping the town, we asked the town for 20, we're hoping they will.
Did you get a confirmed?
No, they had to chair it for the next meeting or whatever, and they're supposed to let us know at the next meeting what they're gonna be able to give us. I really hope they would give us the 20 that we're asking to try and help us keep this going. That's a huge benefit to the town, as we've already booked up most of the hotel rooms. The restaurants will be full and tourism will be good. Main Street will be lots of people going in and out, so. I mean, our biggest thing is for this is our rink is in dire need of some big renovation. We've already pulled the trigger on some, and that's the only reason for us really doing this is, yeah, to keep the sport going, but we need to pull the trigger and get some big renovations done. We're looking at $100,000 insulating and renovation bill this summer, and we're looking at about $140,000 to $150,000 plant rebuild. So we're really trying to raise some funds, and this is one of the options we have to try and generate some huge money to do that.
Yeah, I've been involved with two of these before, the men's and the ladies from way back years and years ago as part of the ice team there.
Yeah, we were together on that one.
Absolutely, the last one. Yeah, and it brings out tremendous fan support. Yeah, when you look at some of these other events, and the fan support isn't like it is in Stettler, so they come from all over to support our, these curling activities, whatnot. So I think it's a tremendous adventure that you're trying to take for a small curling club, and I tip my hat to you guys. I would like to also suggest maybe reach out to the village or to the Donalda Curling Club. They may be willing to be a sponsorship or a sponsor for this too, as they got a reasonably good bank account.
Yeah, well, let's kind of get in on this, try and help learn, and then yeah, just anybody that's willing to come out and spend some time and help us out. away we go.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Stevens?
I applaud your group for what you're trying to pull off, and based on the volunteer support I've seen at your club, I think you guys have a good shot.
The thing I'm not scared of is the volunteers. We have the volunteer power. You've seen the events that we do in Erskine. We have the volunteers. Everybody's willing to come out. We just need to get the fan support and everybody out there to do it, and a little bit of the money to help get go a long ways.
Counselor Stillberg?
Yeah, you said you have a small club, probably the smallest club ever to host an event of this size. I'm thinking small is mighty, and you, sounds like your club's got a tremendous lot of heart, so I think you'll be extremely successful with it. And I was just wondering, what kind of return do you, kind of ballpark return do you expect to get for your club on an event like this?
The last 3-4 clubs that have done this, is all after COVID, have all pulled out $100,000 profit plus. And that's also with getting the government grant money, because the government grant money, we've applied for the $75,000 and on a return basis of what we spend into it. And if that's where your big return is, to try and get your club to make a whole bunch of money. But that's our hope, is to be over $100,000.
Well, that's great. I mean, it's awesome to see that kind of money going back into infrastructure in the county, because that's where we know where it's going to go, is into their Erskine curling rink. So
yeah, and that's the plant is the big one. Is getting the ammonia out is the dangerous one that we're trying to work on. We've applied for grants for that, and it's just trying to get it done regardless of grants. Just trying to make sure we can generate enough funds to try and get that out of there and get it safer, and better we go.
Counselor Gender?
Are these upgrades to the Erskine Curling Club?
Yes. Yeah, this is all the Erskine Curling Club.
Okay. So do you have kind of a rough number? You've thrown some numbers out there on what the expense is really going to be. Do you have really kind of a rough number on what the total expense is going to be?
Yes, like the event, for the event, or for the?
For the events, and plus also say like the upgrades, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so our upgrades right now that we're trying to do this summer is insulating the roof in that old building and redoing some doors and everything like that. And we're hoping to keep that under $100,000 is our target. The plant, we've had quotes anywhere from $130,000 to $180,000, depending on what we want to do. But we have to reissue all our bills and everything, try that out again next year. Once we get everything done, quotes will have to be changed. I'm assuming prices have changed, but if we do get the plant, that whole building that we got on the side of there, we got it completely out, and they're bringing a whole nother shack, just wire it right in. So that'll create us more storage and everything like that in our rink. So, and then our event costs, we're hoping, I've listed off some of the things that we know that we got to spend on. Obviously, the insurance, I'm waiting on quotes. I'm not allowed to get quotes before then. I was going to talk to county about that, because we get our insurance through the county to see what they can do and everything like that. And then other than that, it's the booze. We've got tables and chair rentals and everything like that for the event, and just getting our ticket sales is the main thing.
So what I'm taking from it, it's say anywhere from 250, 300 is kind of the very basic of what you're looking at.
That's what our costs are we're trying to figure out how.
Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation, Miles, but I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
Counselor Grover, you're in favor?
Yes, I'm in favor, yeah.
Carried. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, one thing I did skip over was number 6, council's request for information, 6.1 Northside Road subdivision, Counselor Gender, page 26 of the package.
Yeah. Yes, I've got, excuse me, I've got a letter here from some ratepayers concerned, say like living in, down in Anderson. I don't know whether anyone wants me to just kind of read it out, whether we've got a few minutes. We would go for it? No.
Dear council members, we would like to present a request that 38 Avenue, the main only road that gives access to Anderson subdivision, be incorporated into the county's yearly dust control program. 38 Avenue is currently a town of Stettler road. To our understanding, the town of Stettler has offered to cost share dust control expenses with the county of Stettler. For your information, there are approximately 20 dwellings in Anderson subdivision that would benefit from the cost sharing effect. All roads that lead to 38 Avenue are either already paved or have some application of dust control methods applied to them. With all connecting roads being dust controlled, there's an increase of traffic that use 38 Avenue as a cut across from the east side of Stettler to Highway 56 South. There are 2 bus routes that run on this road morning and afternoon with numerous stops at 38 Avenue picking up, dropping off children. There are approximately 17 children in this subdivision that are consistently out playing and riding their bikes with excessive dust making for dangerous conditions, with the children watching for vehicles drive to be aware of children's present. Health issues and homeowner maintenance that is associated with consistent excessive dust. With 38th Avenue belonging to the town of Stettler, when we as county taxpayers that live alongside this road into the county call this into the town office to request service on 30th Avenue, we are told that we are not town of Stettler contributing ratepayers and to refer the request to the county. And when calling upon the county, we are told the road belongs to the town of Stettler and referred to the request to the town of Stettler. A cost-sharing partnership between the county of Stettler and town of Stettler could be a solution to satisfy this dilemma. We would like to propose that the county of Stettler and town of Stettler collaborate for a positive outcome for the county residents that live in this area and travel on this road. With all the positive efforts the county has undertakes to keep our county well maintained, it would be wonderful to have all the subdivisions within the county equally safe and attractive. About 5 years ago, these residents had also approached us, and I'm not really sure where and how it has become of it, but it is consistently in there. This morning I drove down there and took some pictures. The speed is 50 kilometer. There was also one, if you go south on the roads on the county side, there's a speed limit of 60, but plus there's a signage saying, okay, be careful, like there's children playing. So I would like to also include that we put up some signs on the east and west side of this road that there's children being in there, along with the costs that I believe Public Works Cara has also brought to council for us. In that, I would like to leave it to administration, please, or any questions.
Well, you mentioned the town of Stettler. Have they talked to the town of Stettler? I'm not sure if we have agreement with the town of Stettler on that.
In their wordings, when they have gone to the town of Stettler, they said it's not our concern. We'll only blade the road, but we're not going to be looking at dust suppressant. I also look at places that we have just put down dust suppressant, whether it's in Carlisle, whether it's a DNR road, anything like that. I look at the King subdivision that comes in, I believe it's a King subdivision on the east side. We do supply areas like that with dust control. And the amount of taxes that we have, that residents pay in that area, I believe it is well suited that we can at least approach the town of Stettler and do a cost share on there.
The other roads mentioned are all county Stettler roads. So.
You have a handout online.
But the other roads you've talked about dust control on are suppressed.
Within this division, they are county liabilities.
Okay. Councilor Nyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we are approached by, this seems to be an issue with, let's say, the village of White Sands or the village of Roshan Sands, we ask that all requests go through their member municipality. So, and I think that's where we may need to instruct administration a little more clearly. If we get a concern for that road, that we then take that to the town of Stettler through our sources, because I think we're asking our summer villages to do that. I think we should be willing to do the same in talking to our stakeholder partner, i.e. the town of Stettler in this one. So for that position, I think to clarify that, I think we need to figure that one out. Number two, did I hear you correctly that you said that the town of Stettler is willing to cost share with dust control on it?
There has been mentioned to, yes, I had talked with Melissa and she had said that they would, she said I could use her name, that they would look at it. So by all means, I would ask our administration to take it upon themselves in order to go approach the town of Stettler to see whether about the cost sharing.
Okay, so we need to get, no slight on this, Mr. Gender, but number one, I'm not sure you should be talking to their administration or their work staff on suppression. That should go through our administration. So on a go forward basis, we need to have our administration reach out to their administration and find out the real truth on this, because this is a lot of he said, she said stuff that I'm getting. So at this point, I'm not willing to do anything, but I would definitely go for further information or get further information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. That is the road that runs continuous past the cemetery, correct? Stettler Cemetery.
It is, Mr. Chairman, but we would only, I think Kara has only quoted us for the road actually in front of the Anderson subdivision. We have no jurisdiction over that road as far as signage, but we could request the town of Stettler to place these signs and give them reasons why, but it's totally up to them whether or not they would do it. It's like us wanting to put signs in the ATs right away. We have to go through them, and they put them up, and then there's usually a cost associated with that.
And we typically have in the past been the one that supplied the dust abatement for the town on roads that they needed.
We did a kind of a
Horse trading.
yeah, thank you. Where we did some dust control for them on some of their construction areas last year. Kara may be able to help me out with this. As far as I understand, we supplied the dust control and laid it in exchange for the street sweeper to go to Erskine. We did quite a bit of work. Plus we mowed an area out to their lagoons because we have the big roadside mowers. So we also did that. We asked for the street sweeper to go to Erskine, which has before. They do along the highway, but this time we asked them to do the village, and it wasn't done very well, I'll be honest. Looking at other alternatives instead of contracting their street sweeper to do the Erskine Hamlet.
But your administration could take a request on Anderson.
Yeah,
this road.
We could, Nikki and I and Andrew could work on a letter to their administration requesting that they cost share. And Kara's put together the total costs because the area needs to be prepared. So it would be one of our grader operators doing that. Not sure whether or not it would require more gravel. And then the actual product and time of our grader that lays it. So everything's encompassed in this. So I feel very comfortable with these costs. Just a staff recommendation, we're having pretty good luck with the MG30, so I think that's where staff would like to go with. But that would be totally up to council. But if you run that up a little bit, Andrew. Kara's put together several different cost estimates for us. And if you would like us to approach the town, maybe you could single out which one you would like us to approach them with.
The MG30 would be my request, especially with it being like there's a very high amount of
I'm pretty sure it's MG30 in the King subdivision. Yeah, and we have great luck with it. It looks, even this morning I drove by, it looks good.
What do we run on the streets in Anderson? Is it calcium or was it MG30 or?
I'm thinking it might have been the DL10.
Okay.
But I'd have to check with.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we have had good luck with the MG30s.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
So I need a motion for council to.
I guess if we can ask direct administration to approach and write up a letter stating, okay, if in our best interest that the road needs to be reshaped also, because I drove it on this morning and there was part of it that was very flat. It's not going to shed water. So they're going to allow us in order to reshape it and apply it, and also say like with an addition of some signs that would be applicable to the residents that are there.
Yeah, I think that, you know, our operators have the expertise because they lay this stuff all the time. So but that would be a request I'd be willing to make to the town, but also is council willing to cost share the signage? Signs aren't cheap.
It's for our residents' kids, I'd be.
Everything that is going to be required in order to make that a safe place for their, by all means. Thank you. James?
Paul, you got
No, it was,
James?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just, you know, the crazy thing about those sign situation is it seems to me that we've dealt with this before. On the south side, it's our responsibility. On the north side of the road, it's the town's responsibility. If I remember right, we've run into some issues of that in the past. So I think we need to get some clarification on that one too. I'm in favor of the signs. Absolutely, I have no issue with that. I do think they are the ones who set the speed limit there, the town. Is that correct, administration?
Correct.
So I think we need to get some clarification on the signage issue. That one always becomes a stickler point for on the north side and south side, or east west, depending on which whose jurisdiction
they're
is.
responsible for the entire road within the right of way, which is according to the MGA on the south side of the town of Stettler. If they allow us to put signs up on the south side, very south side, we need signs on the north side so that people don't come barreling through there at 100 miles an hour because there's no signage.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with you a bit on that one. It's just, I know on the ring road at one time a sign got knocked down, and it brought to my attention it was a speed or curb sign. The town said it was ours, and we said it was the town. And I still think it's down. I don't think it's ever been replaced, but lost in the shuffle somewhere.
They've learned how to drive around the curve then.
Councilor Stevens?
I wonder if we're getting too far down in the weeds and making a bit of a mountain out of a molehill on signs and who should be putting it. I don't want to come off as petty. I mean, yeah, signs are expensive. Would it be easier just to, the estimate for MG30 was 3,000. If we just gave.
It was double that.
3,000 each.
Yeah.
Would it be easier just to give staff a budget of up to 4K for our portion?
I would say 5.
5.
And whether we pay for the full shot of the signs or not, we still need their permission to put them in there right away.
No, for sure. I just don't want to have another debate because signs came back $100 more than we were expecting.
And I think the road that Councilor Nyberg is thinking about is probably the one north of town that was subject of the annexation, and somehow that road got split in half. I don't understand it myself, but I think that's why there's a discrepancy on who puts signs on this side and who puts signs on that side.
Councilor Nyberg?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Stevens, I'm not opposed to signs. My thing going forward, though, is I think the clarity needs to come that when the sign gets knocked down, because by golly, it seems to happen on a regular basis in the county and in the town, who is going to maintain these signs? That's all my concern is. I'm in favor of the signs. I don't really care who pays for it 100%. It's just on a go forward basis, if we're always going back, your sign knocked down, it's not our sign, it's your sign. It becomes very tedious for staff, council, and for the ratepayers. If we just got our poop in a scoop and made a decision and a policy that we are going to take care of the signs, or they're going to take care of the signs, let's make it happen.
Thank you. Councilor Gender?
Yes, I've just got a question to Kara on what has all been included in this cost. I do not want to say like we're going to be taking on and taking a bigger brunt of it. So does it include reshaping the road, gravel, anything like that?
It includes all of the preparation.
Run into it either.
The only thing that's not included in there would be the
big
gravel needed to reshape the road. but we wouldn't know that until we were working.
We could use that as an additional, say, if there's gravel added, that is also going to be split 50/50.
That would be an additional cost if it is necessary. We don't know.
Okay, so great, thank you.
So, Michelle, do we have a motion on the, did you take a motion from
In
Councilor?
a way, I know Councilor Stevens requested a friendly amendment with a max amount that Councilor Gender has never accepted. So that I'm in the air about, but otherwise Councilor Gender has proposed a motion to approach the town for a cost sharing and permission for a signage, dust suppression, and possible labor and other for the north way of the Anderson subdivision.
Saying $3,000 for a maximum of 5,000, up to a max.
I just said a maximum of 5, and increase range to 10.
No problem at all. Thanks.
Call a question? All in favor?
In favor?
Okay, thank you, carried. Okay, we have our 11:30 delegation here for Stettler Position Recruitment Retention Committee. I think you probably know each other, but we'll do an introduction still. Start with Michelle.
Legislative assistant.
Any gender? Good morning.
Paul McKay, good morning.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grower. Justin Stevens, good morning.
Wes Stillberg, good morning.
James Seibert, Councillor Erskine South Warden.
Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
And Trishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Mayor McKenzie, Manager of Health and Safety.
You gentlemen want to step up to the podium and introduce yourselves? And
Thank you very much for having us. My name is Dean Lovell.
Thank you. And just go ahead with your presentation. We'll have questions. It is just the two of you coming today?
Correct.
Well, Dr. Bauer was gonna come, but he's doing the delivery at the moment.
Yeah, I guess that does pull trump.
Yeah.
So a little background about this proposal. I've sat on the recruitment committee, doctor recruitment committee for the last year. And we discuss great things at those committees. I think that we have great roundtable discussions. But some of the frustration that comes out of that committee is that we.
Oh, sorry, the mic.
You got to turn his mic on. I liked it better the other way, but go on.
Thanks, Dave.
I don't want to, you are being YouTube today too, just to let you know.
Brad, it's happening again, Andrew.
Make again.
Maybe it's a new one.
Never trust a piece of technology you can't throw it.
Test.
So we've sat on the doctor recruitment committee for the last year, and we talk about great things at those meetings, but we just seem to not be able to get a proposal moving. So I've expressed my frustration to the other members that were on that team. And as a result, Terry also came to one of the meetings, last meeting we had, and certainly seen that frustration level that we were at. So I take no credit for this. Terry took a group of doctors. There was two doctors, two physicians that he worked with, and some other people to come up with a proposal to recruit doctors to the town of Stettler and to the hospital and the clinics. So it was put together by Terry and the doctors at the time, just to understand the cost structure and the doctors' input into the cost structure of what they believe it would take to get a doctor to come to our town. So essentially that's where we're at, and I'll let Terry talk to the proposal because it's really his proposal that he put together, and he's allowed me to run off his coattails here. So
thank you, Dean.
So I'm assuming everybody's seen the proposal so far? Yep.
Yeah, it is page number 21.
Well, it is a multi-stage proposal. Most immediate is we need doctors now. You guys get the emails. I think today none of us, I have a heart attack right now. I'm hooked, right? So we need doctors now. So the biggest part in this is getting them there. And what we want is, what we need is cooperation from the town of Stettler and the county. And all these costs are split. A GPA being our most immediate need. I mean, that would be a GPA that does anesthesia and does deliveries. That's what we need in Stettler right now because our labor and delivery is at a critical state. The hospital's at a critical state, but labor and delivery is at an absolute critical state. So we have tiered it down. And guys, these numbers are the bare minimum. These might not be quite right, but they're definitely the bare minimum. So we've got 70,000 for a GPA, child delivery, 59, we'll call it 60,000 for GPA not offering child delivery, and then tearing down to just a GP not offering child delivery, because we still need those in the hospital because we don't have a functioning hospital. So that would be we do have a secondary option, which is basically the exact same numbers, just paid out over time, which I think option number 2 is, or sorry, option number 1 was the same numbers paid out over time. Option number 2 is your biggest bang for your buck. You know, if I'm a new doctor getting out, and we missed one this year, graduated U of A, he's not coming to Stettler, you got a better deal. But that's your biggest bang for the buck. You're getting out of school, you got a $450,000 student loan, you don't have a house, you're starting a new career. If we can do $70,000, here's your signing bonus for coming here, or 50 if you're just a GP. I also believe the Stettler Health Services Foundation has to up their interest-free loan. We've in the past, and it's on a case-by-case basis. We've always done it, but you know, we're not mandated to. We do $50,000 2-year interest-free loan. I think we're going to lobby them to boost that up to $100,000. So I believe if we could offer $70,000 and $100,000 interest-free loan for 2 years, that's $170,000 incentive to come here. We don't match Grand Prairie, but I don't know that we need to. So these are basic numbers. The other things that we really, really need to do is get a mentoring program going. So when we do have a new doctor here, and I'm not talking, you know, one person, but, you know, find 5 people that are like-minded. If he's a young doctor coming in, we need younger community people to just to help him out. Just to take him to a hockey game. Even if you get a doctor from South Africa, tell him why there's a plug-in at the front of his car. It's not to charge your battery. You know, it seems simple to us. We've lived here all our life. So that would get them invested in the community, I think, as well. We have to start reaching out to schools. We have to start reaching out to other countries. And our doctors are trying to recruit. I've talked to them. They are trying to recruit, but they have nothing to offer because we don't have. What we need to do is we have to go with cooperate with the town and the Health Services Foundation and say, here's your package, put it on a piece of paper. If you come to Stettler and you're a GPA doing childcare, this is what you get, sign it. But we don't have anything like that. What we have right now is the county will do this. And I believe you have to vote on that every time. It's not, you don't have that in your budget that if a doctor comes, they automatically get a check.
Yes, we have it in our budget.
You do. So every doctor that comes, no questions asked.
We had voted.
Okay.
Which it does come to our council though.
It has to come to council.
Yeah, no, you still have to vote on it. It's not guaranteed.
We have, with money, come to council. You said we didn't have it in our budget. Yes, we did.
Thanks. Appreciate that. So, but we do, it'd be a lot easier to get a guy from Scotland, South Africa to come here if we can show them a package. You know, we have to give them a complete and total package, not the town gives you a welcome bag. And honestly, I believe you can choose if you want a free supper with the mayor or a free lunch with the mayor. You get one. I'm not sure if it's lunch or supper. I think that's optional. And a gym pass. That's not cutting it. Do you guys have any questions, or does anybody know where the state of our, and this is where Dr. Bauer would be great, but he can't make it here. Does anybody know what the state of our hospital is?
Councillor Stevens?
Well, yesterday, our ER was closed, and due to that, we had to take patients out by ground ambulance, both Red Deer and Castor hospitals, as well as STARS coming in. So, I mean, we're going to pay for it one way or the other, whether it's through ambulance and losing that service locally. That this is not a single effect, not just our residents not being able to get a family doctor. We're going to see this cost in other places. whether it's through our ambulance and increased overtime there and increased mileage on our ambulance and reduced service, because when it's not in our community, it's not responding. So it is critical, and I do fear that with our shortages that we've seen in the last near future, it is actually making it less attractive for doctors. Our shortage is so acute that we now have work-life balance issue. Why would you come here if you're going to work every day? And there seems to be a lack of support from our doctors. Not that we don't have quality doctors, it's just a numbers game. There's not enough go around to try and support new doctors.
Yeah, currently we have 6 doctors that are supposed to be running their clinics and running a hospital 24/7. 6 people, 24/7. Does anybody have any idea what our labor and delivery is right now, or what it's looking to be like? We're almost at 0. We will soon be at 0. We are on the knife's edge of having no labor and delivery in Stettler. Not just the fact we can't do C-sections. We are at the point right now, and you guys get the emails, so I don't, but I believe we're at the point right now, if somebody's mother, their sister, their daughter, their granddaughter, their mom walks into the hospital right now, needing an emergency C-section, we better hope we have an ambulance available. And other than that, all we can do is pray that they make it to Red Deer. Both mom and baby make it to Red Deer alive. That is where we are in our hospital situation right now. Our family doctors, what should be family medicine, is now triage in an emergency room when it's open. So I think the necessity is there. I hope the will is there. And I do believe this is a very good start. I know it's not the end all be all, but I do believe it's a good start. We did approach the town of Stettler. We did go and see them. We had a very good meeting there. So hopefully they're on board, but yeah, I'm not sure, Dean, anything you want to add?
Yeah, no, we're just simply ratepayers that are concerned about our community and the doctors that are here. So we did have Dr. Bauer speak about, and Justin, you mentioned a good point about its work-life balance. And one of the things that Dr. Bauer spoke about when we were at the town is one of the reasons he's leaving here is because he can't be on call for 24 hours a day for 365 days a year. So it was one of the tipping points for him to leave our community because we don't have enough physicians here. So getting a large staff of physicians takes the load off all of them, and then they all have a work-life balance that they would potentially stay here for. We do know that there's going to be doctor turnover. We're not going to ever stop that. But putting something in front of them that gives them the option to come to Stettler and look at Stettler from a opportunity that they won't get anywhere else, I think is critical. So yeah, I first of all, I'd like to thank the county for continuing to support all the years that you have for physician recruitment and paying the physician recruitment $20,000 that you've been paying for the last doctors that we've had here. Unfortunately, the partner in this has not been doing that, and what we're trying to do is get the partner to help with this process and also make it so the simple fact that we recognize $20,000 may not be enough any longer. We might need more in order to recruit a doctor to the community. So that's about all I have.
I have a question from Councillor Nyberg, and then it might be one directed to one of you gentlemen, so. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dean, I don't think you're just ratepayers. You guys are definitely influencers, and I'm 100% behind this. Terry, I can't say that I disagree with exactly what you're saying. We are at a critical tipping point, and I think we're actually, this makes a lot of sense to have a package. Anybody that's been in sales at any point in their life understands that you need a product to throw in front of somebody so you can show them the reason why they're going to take our product and take our town for a place to come live. And I mean, this is not rocket science. It's selling our town and our community for sure. The only thing that I do have a concern with that, we can do all this work on the backside and we can be ready to rock and roll and go, but we still continue to fall into that AHS conundrum I'm with the government and I'm here to help, and it is very, very frustrating. Do you guys have some sort of comment or thought to as what you guys see as what happens there? I do for myself. I think there's needs to be some serious changes, but I'd like to hear from you guys on that one.
Sure, I can hopefully take a stab at that one, Counselor. You know, I've sitting on the committee for the last year, and we do have other committee members here. Dave sits on the committee, and so does Larry. You're correct. The largest competition we have for recruiting doctors and keeping them in our community, or to get them in our community, is Alberta Healthcare. Because the money they're offering to go to city positions and city doctor emergency rooms is substantial. So it is a concern for us. And I think that the province of Alberta recognizes that rural doctors that come from rural areas will stay in rural areas. Unfortunately, we've got 2 schools just opening up this year, but that's 7 years out before we get a doctor from those schools. So I think the competition is fierce. In order for us to overcome that competition, we need to be able to say that we are in the front lines of doctor recruitment when it comes to providing money to doctors to come to our community. So, you know, I think that what we're trying to do with this proposal, and this is just a launching pad, by all means, it could be more. You guys could realize that it might be less. But at the end of the day, it gives us something to talk about and put in front of a position, and give you guys something to talk about with your partner, which is the town. We recognize you guys have a co-join meeting coming up, I think on the 20th or 21st, to discuss doctor recruitment with the town. So we just wanted to get this in front of you before you guys can make a decision between the 2 of you.
I'll just add to that. So I think right now we've been depending heavily on AHS to do our recruiting for us, but this is a made in Stettler solution. And if we want doctors, we can either have AHS send us one whenever they can, or we can buy them, we can steal them, we can bribe them. And that's what this is. Make no bones about it. This is offering them a better deal to come here than it is anywhere else. And we have to be our own advocate, and we're responsible for it. You know, when I did talk to Dr. Bauer and Dr. Chapman about this, and as far as they understand, a doctor can choose where they go. AHS may want them to go to Hannah, but if they don't want to go to Hannah, they don't have to go to Hannah. They may want, and unless they sign a contract with Hannah, a doctor can go wherever they want. If a doctor wants to leave Stettler and go to the States, he can go to the States. AHS does not own them. So this is a made in Stettler solution. Like I say, no bones about it. If you want them, buy them, bribe them, steal them. That's what you have to do.
Councilor Grover?
Yes. I think we have to do this. This problem is AHS problem. And everybody that sits on our board, you, me and Larry, we all know that. I don't know how we're going to change AHS from robbing, like Dr. Hay. They give her way more money than she's ever going to make here. And she gets to work in a OR and all that. You're never going to stop that. What we can do is keep the ones that we got. But another thing we got to look at is $7,500 at one office, and it's $9,500 to have a doctor in the other one. And I said for years that we should build one building and put them all in the same building, but apparently that doesn't work. But when you have doctors turning doctors away that come here, that's a problem too. That has to be announced. And I think what we got to do as a doctor recruitment thing, we got to find out what the towns like us, maybe not quite, like what does Red Deer give them? Does Red Deer give them that much money, or is it just population where they can do more stuff there? But I think with Drumheller and Camrose, I think if we're going to do the homework, I think we should find out what they do to bait them And, you know, you can go to Castor, but Castor has real trouble getting anybody to go out there too. But yeah, they probably need a little more money, but how much is too much money? Well, at the end of the day, 2 of our doctors left because they were given anesthesia, they were anesthesiasts, and they can go and make all over and make more money once they were out of the contract. And I don't think you're going to ever stop that problem. And then they took their doctor, the other half of their marriage. He's over in Red Deer, they're going to Red Deer too. I don't think we'll stop that. I don't know if throwing $150,000 to $200,000 at them is going to do it, but I would like to know what Drumheller and Camrose do and stuff like that. Sort of got to compare with what we have here, because we got a bunch of people here now that you're probably sitting at the table here. There's a couple that don't go to
You're asking this party here to do what Dr. Recruitment Group should be doing. Yeah.
So they're out of town, and they're not going to use them already.
Okay, so first off, I am not on the Doctor Recruitment Committee. I'm not. If you want an example, we have towns that, because we've done this work, Dave. We didn't just sit down and write this up. We've actually done this work. We've got towns where you pull in and they say, here are the keys to your house. Here are the keys to your car that's in your garage, in your house, and we're taking care of your overhead for the first year. Grand Prairie is $100,000. $100,000, no questions asked. That's what it is. Lots of them are doing a housing. Lots of them are doing the overhead. Lots of them are doing cash. There are places that aren't doing anything. Rocky Mountain House was full, and they're not full anymore because they quit their incentives. They're not full anymore. They lost. As far as retention goes, I don't give a damn what business you're in. Employers will hire people. They will train people. They will invest in people, and they lose people, whether it's lifestyle, whether it's marriages, whether it's family, whether they just want to move on or a different career. That's a reality. That you will never ever stop. That's commonplace for everything, and doctors aren't any different. They can't be any different. So no, we've done the homework on this, and like I say, this is minimum. This is the number I think will work, but it is minimum. There is no guarantee that we put this out there, we will get a doctor. But I guarantee it, you don't put this out there, you won't get a doctor. You know, and then if you want to look at foreign doctors, stealing foreign doctors, for Canada, that's probably your best bet, because you know, if they come from South Africa, if they come from Scotland, the investment was made by South Africa or Scotland to train those people. So, you know, we're talking about buying people, buying them, and not even having to invest in their education, not even the building they were educated in.
And I guess, Dave, to answer the question of how much is too much, where do we stop with the money? Well, when we don't have to come here and talk about doctor recruitment, and we actually can fold our doctor recruitment committee down because we have too many doctors, then we know we've hit the mark. And so I think that would be a good gauge stick for us to say that we've succeeded. But for right now, we're begging for doctors.
And to answer Dave's question on overhead, yes, overhead is 75 in one and 9,500 a month in the other. But we should have 16 doctors in town. We have 6. Who's going to pay for that? Of course, it's going to cost them more.
Yeah.
That's just the way it works. If you've got one person occupying a 10,000 square foot space and paying all those bills, his cost is going to be much higher than if you have 20 people per person. That's just the way it works.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, I don't know if the community understands what a crisis this is we're on, and I think doing the same thing and hoping to get a new result is crazy. So I applaud you for coming up with a plan, and we have a fairly senior population in this community, and they need doctor care, and if we don't do something, I think it's our job as municipal leaders to do something, because the community is going to suffer in so many ways. So we have lots of senior lodges in here and more proposed, and who in their right mind would place their senior adult family members in this town if there's no doctors here. Like, the whole community is going to dry up. I mean, it sounds crazy to say, but I mean, it's such an economic driver to have a good medical facility in your community because it brings people here. And while they're here for medical care, they do so much more. So it is good for the community, but more important, it is a lifeline to this, for everybody that lives here to have health care. And I was talking to some counselors from Westlock at the FCM in Calgary. It's a town of 5,000 people. They have 16 doctors and one more on the way. Like, Stettler is really lacking. And I've also talked to people outside the Stettler community that are saying Stettler does nothing for their doctors. I know that's not entirely true. I mean, the county's always supported some, but I mean, the word is out there that Stettler isn't doing much here. So, I mean, that word gets around. So that is not going to encourage anybody to come here. So we definitely have to have doctors come. Because like one of these times, there's going to be something that's not going to turn out well at all. And we don't want that. So I agree. These options before us, that they're good. We have to, maybe we can improve on them, but we definitely have to put our heads together and come up with a better plan. And then as far as retention, I know you can't guarantee that, but maybe we need a subcommittee, just works on retention and basically just to be ears, to listen. I think that's where we've lacked. And some of the doctors have had things to say, but it pretty much fell on deaf ears. And I think we need to listen a lot more to our doctors because they are staying in some communities much better than they are here.
It is a problem all over the place, but one thing I want to make very clear, and to anybody that's watching, this is a community issue. This isn't a town, this isn't a county issue. We're basically the same, close to the same population in both areas. We've got our villages, we've got our summer villages. But one thing we can't forget about is East Central Alberta. When we talk labor and delivery, I was down at a session, HS session in Hannah, and one of the nurses there had worked emergency in Red Deer up to till around Christmas time, and was back in Hannah again as a family move. And she when I told her how her ER and her C-sections were, she said, "Please don't tell me that. We direct people to Stettler all the time." Stettler had such a name when it came to deliveries in Red Deer. If something was coming from Stettler to Red Deer, we were in panic mode because we knew it was a big issue. So, we've had that credibility, we've had that piece, but this is community. So in that being community, we talk grants from the town and the county, but I also think communities, we need to talk to our community to the point where the Stettler community bucks up to everything. I don't care if it's a youth center, our Festival of Lights, our Olympics, Summer Olympics, everything we do well. So maybe we got to get people involved here and start having a bit of a fundraising thing where we have not just the hospital foundation, but another foundation working at this. You talked about your heart attack. Right now, Terry, we're in a crisis about our ambulances, trying to get another contract with AHS for our ambulance. It's not what's it called, Yvette? It's a what?
Contracted service provider, but formed as an
association. Is it an association? Yeah. Okay, it is an association. We have the best staff ambulances in Alberta. We're one of 6, I believe, that still have the association. What was that, 2 years ago, we were threatened by a consultant from AHS. They were going to stand us down. They were going to put us to a 12-hour-a-day bus out of our community that keeps 2 ambulances on the road all the time. Plus, it was not the service. It didn't have paramedics on board. Our ambulances, if you had a heart attack, Terry, you can still be thankful our ambulances could issue the drugs if you had a heart attack right now before they shipped you in. I'd had my heart attack. The locum in Stettler did give me those drugs. I was shipped to Calgary. The doctors down there said, "Thank God for what you had, because there's no damage." So we're still there, but that's another battle, another hill we're on, and community needs to know that too. What we're supplying there. Also, when it does come to, like Councillor Grover brought up the fact about office space, we have had full slates of doctors before. We have had it to the point where we couldn't even go after another doctor because we had no space. So as part of this conversation, we have to get our doctors to the table and figure out what we're going to do with this. We tried to have a walk-in clinic. It it didn't work that great, and there's many different pieces that could have affected that, but we need to get our doctors, our 2 clinics at the table and figure out what to do. Is 1 big clinic the answer? Is 3 clinics the answer? You know, what is our answer? Is it a walking clinic? And, you know, that goes hand in hand with doctor charges and clinic fees and stuff, because I've talked to a lot of communities where the big part of their incentives is what the doctors are charged for their clinic space, because the municipality or a municipality corp owns that facility. And Hannah, they have 4 doctors, but that's what they need. Their on-call schedule has very few flaws in it, because they're on call 1 day a week and 1 weekend a month. If they book their holidays, they book a locum. They have that booked plenty in advance, so there's a locum. The only thing they would fall into a trap would be is if somebody gets sick or emergencies, et cetera, which happens in every business we're in. So, you know, there's a lot of different models we need to look at. And from Dean's comments, you've only been on doctor recruitment for a year. 2021, when we had our organization meetings, I recommended that we no longer attend doctor recruitment, because we had no willing other partners at the table. And it was just a point of frustration that if we were going to do something, we need to have that conversation. That conversation came up at this table, maybe a year ago, 9 months ago. Do we pull out of this? Because it's just frustrating. It just seems to be, you know, it might be what was a token, but we're still putting in 20,000, which originally we were putting in 22.5. The town was matching it for 45,000. So we you know, and at that time, we all know what our costs did over the last 2 or 3 years. And at that time, you know, the 45 was maybe adequate, but as long as I've been on council, which was 7 years, that was the maximum number. So we dropped it to 20 because we were doing it on our own. We felt we had to pick every one that come up. We had to be able to offer it. We did budget it into our budgets for our reserves. So there's a lot of parts to this, and the biggest part about this is we have to get communication with willing partners. And when I say willing partners, it's the town, it's the county, it's the doctors, it's the hospital, in order to maybe say, damn it, we aren't going to close our emergency room, and we aren't going to, like, how do we get more locums or them to push back on their HS supervisors that this is happening too frequently, and our hospital is going to become a long-term care facility if we don't get on this. So I think there's a lot of people in this room that have a lot of passion on this. We do have a meeting on the 20th, and I do hope we can come to some resolution. We've got a young consultant coming in that has proven herself in other areas and comes from a medical background family. So, and we need to move forward with it. But cash right now could be the quick fix, but I think we need to look at something different long-term. And then also look at our local kids that maybe want to go into a doctor. What can we do to keep them so they want to come home?
It's funny you say that. I sat on the grade 12 students. They have to present their portfolios to the business community. And I sat through 49 students this year. And we had first time I've had 2 local students out of grade 12 that were going in to be a physician. And so that was a good sign. And I've been doing that for the last 6 years. I told them when they told me they were heading, I said, we want you to come back here. Do not ever lose touch with Stettler. We want you to hear, when you are done school, we want you to come back. So, you know, you're right, Larry. We need to get into the schools. We need to get into getting more upfront. How do we keep them? I like Les's, Councillor Stolberg's approach that we need a retention committee just to look at retention. Our goal would be to not have recruitment, that we have a full stable and we don't have to worry about recruitment any longer. We have to worry about keeping them. So yeah, we just thank you for listening to us, to understand the plight. You understand the plight of the doctors. It is a community problem. I do like, Mr. Chairman, the approach where we look at community fundraising. I think that the burden shouldn't be strictly on the town and the county. I think the community fundraising could offer some opportunity to alleviate some of these costs for both of the municipalities. And I think that you're right, the community rallies behind a lot of things, and hopefully we could get that happening.
And, you know, it still comes back to the it's taxpayer with whatever we do. And we haven't, I don't believe we've had any complaints from anyone I have not had a complaint myself, at least for Olden. So we haven't had a pushback on that.
So just 2 points as far as AHS has upgraded Stettler to a crisis center as far as locums go. So we're one of the very few communities in Alberta where a locum will get paid travel and some lodging now to actually come to Stettler because we are that far in. As far as getting the community behind doctor recruitment, and we have to educate. I would guess that the vast majority of residents in the county of Stettler or the town of Stettler have no idea what kind of a situation we're in. And like Dean and I have agreed that we will pay for a town hall and do a town hall. We would much rather you guys in the town have your meeting and come out with a high five and do your own town hall together, explaining, you know, here, this is where we're at now, but this is what we've agreed to help solve this problem. But I mean, well, Dean and I have no bones. We're to split the cost. We're going to do a town hall because I believe, and it's not a threat. And I've said this a few times, and I know when I said it in front of the town of Stettler, their faces were a lot more somber than what yours are right now. And I said, it's not a threat. It's an education aspect. And I know we're asking you guys to use taxpayers' money and you want to have your taxpayers behind you. But I believe if we got 1,200 people down at the Agriplex, and I think we do that in a heartbeat. I think if we put it out there, we're probably going to be closer to 2,000 people when you start taking in the colonies and everything else. And they knew where we were, and we had, you know, and I can get a couple doctors down. That's no problem. They'll talk, and we can get nurses talk. And if people actually knew where they were, they would be behind us 100%. And it certainly supports you guys spending money for it. But yeah, no, I believe the House Services Foundation Festival of Lights this year should be doctor recruitment. Because there's no point in buying another piece of equipment that's going to sit in the damn closet with no doctor to run it. We've got 2 of the best anesthesia machines in the world. We don't have an anesthesiologist.
And our labor and delivery suites are second to none within the province or the country. So same thing with it, Terry.
We're not going to be doing labor and delivery at the end of July. So how much more money do we want to throw into the damn building and supplies when we're not? And again, I'm not saying you haven't invested. Thank you very much for what you've done, but as a community, we have to do more, and there's no point in spending any more money on equipment without people to run it.
Yeah. I think we all agree this is an AHS responsibility, but if we're waiting for them to fix it, not a person in this room would be alive long enough to see it. What other choice do you have? And in regards to what the right number is, I don't know what that right number is, but I can tell you what we're doing isn't right because we can see the result. So we collectively need to do better because what we're doing is failing miserably currently. So what that right number is, I'm not sure, but it does have to go up. And listed in your options there, my personal preference, I prefer option 2 to 1. It's the KISS principle, keep it simple. When you're trying to do multiple things for individual doctors, I think it's easier. They're well-educated professionals. They can manage their own finances. I don't need to babysit that. It's the upfront is easier in my mind. And one other option, and this may be more long-term that I would like to explore, is municipalities now have the right to sponsor international doctors. And I would like more information on that as to what that process is and whether it streamlines getting them over here. I know doctors' clinics can, and municipalities can too. So if that's something we need to do to try and attract more people, I mean, I would hope that they are, if we help get them to this country and they want to come here, I hope that that would bring some loyalty with it and we could get them to build roots. So that,
As far as sponsoring, I believe you can.
and lastly, I would like to point out that I don't think it's fair to ask members of the public to do the research on what other communities are doing. Other communities, it's been the spaghetti theory, everything from special areas, building the clinic outright and waiving overhead costs altogether, incentives. It's the entire gamut. But I don't think that's fair to ask them.
Which we do through the Board of Trade. We have that opportunity. It's just, we got to get that directed. Counselor Gender?
We as, we put $20,000 and it's just generally out of the general pocket, say like for taxes. About 4 years ago, the government come to us and shoved it down our throat, said, okay, you're going to be paying now for policing service. Right now it is up to $400,000 that the county is kicking out. So like I look at that, no choice on it. And I look at policing as secondary compared to health. I would just soon, put much like that, a requisition into say like the taxes, that a percentage of that, even if we went with half that amount, I don't think we would hear any bitching from any public member. They'll just say, okay, we can put that directly towards it. So I look at $200,000 a year, very minimum payment. Like I just looked at my taxes the other day, but I forget like on what it was, the amount that was there. But I would have no qualms on paying that, knowing that I've got a doctor or anyone else in this community who would have a doctor. So that is something that I would propose that we could probably put into a requisition into the future taxes.
If we back off on our policing, we might need doctors more though too. Counselor Grover?
Yeah, we had, but these boys know the answer to that, but the rest of you don't. We had a doctor from the one clinic come, and that doctor suggested $50,000. And that was
She'd actually suggested $100,000.
50 and 50.
Yeah, 100,000. And that's what I think the start of this conversation.
That's correct. This is bare minimum.
Yeah.
What I have in here, I think, is what we believe would be the bare minimum.
But I think as a board that I sat on, I think we should do a little bit more homework on what everybody else is, so we can be just about them, eh?
You should talk to your.
And then sometimes, like, you have to hold a gun to somebody to get them to go to concert.
This is a conversation we have to have with the other paying partners to talk to our, and get the information we need through our doctor recruitment.
Yes, Councilor Grover, the doctor that you mentioned that was at our meeting was part of putting this package together. So she was part of the input into this package.
Oh, yeah.
So
you worked on it?
Right. It as well, yes.
Okay, I think we've got, lunch is ready.
Yeah.
Your presentation's over. If you guys would sit down and join us for lunch, if there's any other comments, or if you got time, I think we've got quite a selection too today, so that's
great. Thank you very much.
If we can recess for lunch. All in favor? Carried. meeting, and we will go into our public hearing. Item number 4.1, bylaw 1722-24, road closure for portion of Bayview Street. Page 9 of our packages. I declare the meeting open at
1:02 p.m.
1:02 p.m. I welcome all participants. Do we have anybody online?
No one online at this point.
We have one in our chamber, so we'll do introductions.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Ernie Gender, good afternoon.
Paul McKay, good afternoon.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover. Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Wes Stulberg, good afternoon.
Nikki Thorstensen, Communications.
Greg Teal, Director of Planning and Development.
Andrew Bishop, Director of Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, CEO.
Karen McKenzie, Manager of Health and Safety.
And then you're.
Now do you.
Sorry, it's Jason Dowell, resident at Ocean Sands Heights.
The nature of the proposed amendment to be read into the record.
Mr. Chairman, so notice is hereby given that the County of Stettler number 6 is given first reading to bylaw 1722-24 to close a 30-meter portion of Bayview Street between Range Road 20-4 and Island View Close. The area of the proposed closure is located at the south side of the northeast 2040-20-4 and extends east from the east side of Island View Close. The purpose of the proposed road closure is to facilitate the installation and management of temporary traffic control gate that is required as part of the Land and Property Rights Tribunal's approval of the Bar W Resort Recreational Vehicle Park in the northeast 20, Township 40, Range 20, west of the 4th Meridian. The gate is intended to deter traffic related to the Bar W Resort during the late spring and summer months from using Bayview Street to the west to reach Highway 835, and to instead use Range Road 20-4 and Township Road 40-2 to reach Highway 835. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Ave, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. A copy of the bylaw can also be obtained via email by sending a request to ctl@stettlercounty.ca. The public hearing to hear representations concerning bylaw 1722-24 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, June 12th, 2024 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. The hearing will be held in the council chambers at the county's administration building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Virtual attendance is available via Zoom by typing the following into your web browser, which is www.stettlercounty.ca/Zoom. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference or speak in person will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations at the hearing regardless of whether they have provided written comments. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to Craig Teal, RPP MCIP, Director of Planning and Development, County of Stettler, number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2L0, or by email to ctl@stettlercounty.ca by June 4th, 2024, or make representation at the public hearing. Should you require additional information, please contact Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441.
The rules of conduct will be as listed here. A written submission shall be tabled first and read into the record. Anyone wishing to speak to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants, presenters allowed, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed to the chair. Was there any written submissions?
Mr. Chair, there are written submissions and they are attached to your agenda package. Since as of noon today, we have not received any further written submissions.
So how many do we have in support or in?
Scroll through. If I was to characterize them, some of the written comments that are in your package are from utility companies that may have lines, and one of them is from Alberta Transportation, so they're more in the neutral category. Following that, we do have a written submission from 2 area residences as individuals in support of the closure, and 1 on behalf of the Ocean Sands Heights Community Association in support of the bylaw closure, and specifically, more important, support of the gate that the bylaw closure support facilitates. There are no written submissions in opposition, Mr. Chair.
Verbal presentations?
Can I sit here and look?
Yeah, you could, or if you want to stand up, whatever you want to do, Jason. Prefer there?
I prefer here, if that's right. You guys can hear me okay? So my name's Jason Dole, and I live full-time at 12 Marina Place. And that's just on the west side of the marina in Ocean Sands Heights. And I personally don't believe that a gate and a temporary closure of Bayview Street until 20-4 is paved to 601 should be a really controversial decision. And I wrote this before, seeing that it really wasn't that controversial. So granted, it does add a level of inconvenience when traveling east and west within the South Shore, but should my conveniences be more important than the ability of my neighbors, many of whom directly border Bayview Street, both in Ocean Sands Heights and the summer village of Ocean Sands, to enjoy their lake properties without the concerns that will come along with adding the volume of traffic that were accepted within this development permit. These inconveniences are subjective, they vary amongst individuals, and are based on opinions, not necessarily facts. If I was to travel from the gate at Island View Close, west along Bayview to the intersection of Bayview and 835, it takes me 5 minutes and 51 seconds. Now, if I were to go from that location south on 835 and then east on 40-2, which is the new forced route, and end up back at the intersection of Bayview and 20-4, it takes me 6 minutes. Sorry. 6 minutes and 19 seconds. So that extra 30 seconds really isn't an inconvenience. Granted, that's gravel and a longer route, but time-wise, it's not that significant. And just take note that my route along Bayview was without the speed bumps, which we chose not to install this year because of the gate. Bayview just isn't designed to handle that traffic volume that the development will bring to the South Shore. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a critique of the county or past councils. That's just kind of the way it is. The South Shore, like, and specifically Area C, just doesn't have the infrastructure in place to properly manage traffic from the additional 314 development units, with the potential for more should we see a phase 2 permit come across. The gate and temporary road closure solves both of these shortcomings in road infrastructure, while still allowing current development and any future developments that may happen before a completed extension of 20-4 to successfully manage the traffic flows that they will bring to the area. That's it for me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jason. Is there any questions for clarification from the speaker? Seeing none. There's nobody here to oppose because we only have one in our chambers and there's nobody online.
Yeah, nobody further has joined online.
Okay. Is there anything from you, Craig?
Further from me, Clark.
Any other questions for council? I declare the public portion of the public hearing closed at time are you going to?
1:11 p.m.
1:11 p.m. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, your packages don't include it, but printed in front of you is the bylaw report for process. While we're not seeking additional reading for this particular bylaw, we do still require authorization to proceed. And I would look to Mr. Teal to present that report.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk. So at this stage of the road closure process, after council has had a decision to, or opportunity to hear from people in the context of a public hearing, you have to make a decision on whether or not you wish to proceed. And it's really a motion as opposed to, as Andrew mentioned, a second reading of a bylaw. If council chooses to proceed, our obligation is to put together a package that gets submitted to Alberta Transportation for their processing and advice to the minister, who must sign off on the bylaw. And then after that has occurred, we'll be bringing the bylaw back to council for second and third reading. So that could take quite a few months after this. The highlights I'd like to draw your attention in the report, Reeve Clark, are certainly the information that we've heard presented and read into the record that was presented at the time the report was written. We've heard from most of the utility companies that are in a stretch of highway portion of road, and they've indicated either no objections or no concerns. Shirley McClellan has indicated no objections, but does require an easement. And Apex Utilities, who has a gas line in that area, was unfortunately not able to make our deadline, and we know they should be requesting an easement. So staff will have to do some follow-up with them if council chooses to proceed with the road closure bylaw. Bearing that in mind, Reeve Clark, the recommendation is to proceed, given that the LPRT decision does require us to have a gate, and the reason why we're doing the closure is to make sure that we're on as firm a legal footing as we possibly can to operate the gate and have it do its job of deterring the traffic from using that route down Bayview.
Thank you, Mr. Teal. Councilor Stevens. I'll move that council authorizes administration to proceed with the road closure process and submit the required information package and request the minister's approval. I would like to remind council, I know there's a lot of mixed feelings, and rightfully so, with closing a road, but if we choose not to, we'll undoubtedly end up either in front of the LPRT or some sort of court. So a vote no is signing up for a legal battle.
It is like, this has been very controversial. When I first come on to council here, is like you look at, even on jobs that you take on, you're always looking at safety. And up there was only one road in, one road out, going the same darn direction. And if something was ever to happen, be a natural disaster, anything like that, and being that with council, we were recognized of it, it was very difficult to make a decision, but we are bound by the LPRT decision to build it, have to go this route on it. But I would like to be able to say that this council here is going to be absolutely held non-responsible if something like that is to ever happen. You can take it back to the LPRT or those other bodies are there. I want to have nothing to do with, say, like if it's going to be safety on behalf of anyone.
Councilor Stulberg?
Yeah, that's my concern with this ruling, is the safety end of it. We've already had an emergency vehicle have to go through private property to get on Bayview Street. And that's just, as long as the gate been up, so that's a concern I have, is the safety part.
And that's my concern that I've issued over and over again. I don't believe that, other than this hearing, and I know how we can be bound on this. I don't believe a road should be closed, a public road should be closed. And with the severe weather systems that have came through as recent as last night into certain areas, I am very concerned with the fact that if a gate's closed and people can't get through it, that does concern me. Or if an ambulance or rescue vehicles or fire vehicles can't get through, that concerns me. So I live on two very busy highways that the one I had no choice when it went past the one edge of my property. The other one was built after we put our house there. And I have to admit, I don't like vehicles going 120 or 130 kilometers past my yard, but I can't do anything about it. It's a secondary highway.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I appreciate what everyone's saying, but I feel like we're just trading one safety concern for another. We have multiple reports that say that Bayview was not built for that volume of traffic. So emergency access egress 100% is a safety issue. And I'm not saying the system is perfect. I do think we can do a better job managing it, but we are trading one safety concern for another if that's the direction we go. And I would say the difference between a highway and Bayview Street would be, I would assume our highway is built to safety standards of the current day. And we have little to no control over highways outside of lobbying, but we do have control over this road. And
Well, questioning on that, the fact that, have we found out, are we legally able to shut this road down?
I'll start, and feel free to elaborate. So, the best way to close a road is through the process that we're undertaking right now. However, in the interim and in the alternative, there is not sufficient clarity through the case law or through the statutes whether prohibiting through traffic but allowing access to all parts of the road constitutes a closure of a road. And so it's on that sort of untested legal ground that we have erected the gate currently. However, we feel that there is no detriment to closing the road by bylaw formally if we're going to have it closed physically or have through traffic closed physically. There is a bit of case law surrounding particularly turning movements through meridians that exists that would support that changing traffic patterns doesn't necessarily constitute the closure of a road. But again, those aren't particularly or directly, I should say, they're not directly applicable to our own circumstances. And so this is why administration recommended to proceed with a road closure despite the presumed non-closure through a gate.
Another question back to administration is, from a liability issue, as Councillor Gender brought up, have we, by going through this process, by the LPRT process, does the liability still fall back onto Stettler, which is actually all the ratepayers of the county of Stettler? If there was an emergency situation where that gate was locked and emergency vehicles or people could not exit?
I mean, liability is always going to be determined on the balance of the facts and the circumstances surrounding it. However, there is, I would argue that there would be no increased or decreased liability as a result of this being an LPRT decision versus one that we undertook independently. Because council did have the option of not allowing the development to proceed through not allowing the closure of that road. However, that would have been effectively denial through the LPRT trying to put its own decision-making powers kind of back in the hands of the municipal council through that road closure process being a decision that only you guys can make.
We've questioned some decisions, and I just want to ensure that I want to try to remove as much liability from our ratepayers as we can when we do have 2 ways in and 2 ways out, but that is a question. Any other questions at the table? Councillor Gender?
Kind of baffles me. So like in the future, we are planning on building another road going down 20-4. So when that is going to be built out and paved and everything else, is that gate going to be then kept closed? So then you can deny access from the ones that are, say, like further west of that, from that? Or there's going to be an increase of traffic then? So I guess that'll be a problem down the road well beyond mine.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So that one very clearly is linked, that the length of the gate is linked to not a date, but it's when that paved alternative route is provided. At that point, the LPRT condition is decided and council is free to pull the gate.
If that's the case, what do we do at that point to prevent people to take their way of choice at that point?
Well, ideally, Reeve Clark, we've created a faster, we heard a little bit of a time count on the 2 alternatives, more direct route. So hopefully doing 60 to 80 kilometers an hour on a paved road straight down to a paved highway will be more attractive to a rational driver than creeping through at 30 kilometers an hour, possibly over speed bumps, through a more congested area to get essentially to the same location. So that's really what we're hoping to do, is to create a faster speed, more attractive alternative. Every driver, though, does not behave rationally. There will be the people that just, they want to do a traffic pattern that they're used to, and they just like to go that way, or they may have another stop along the way.
And if they follow the posted speed limits.
Yes, we do assume they are law abiding too. Yes.
Any other questions, concerns? We have a motion on the table. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Go ahead, Paul.
No, I'm in favor.
You're in favor? Okay. So,
How many you got in favor?
it depends.
Go up and down like I've watched the white meat.
All in favor, put your hand up and hold your hand up. Okay. So it is carried. As you can tell how majority of council feels
I'm
about
not in favor, but I voted in favor.
it. I voted because of the LPRT decision. I don't agree with the LPRT decision. So that's where I'm at. I think we have an issue we need to deal with in a different way, but that was not that way. But it is carried, so the gate will be in place. And or we'll follow through with the procedures with the gate.
Yes, Reeve. So just to recall, it may be several months before you see this coming back, and council still has to have to do second and third reading. My best guess is all things going well for us, we'll be back for maybe the October council.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, and you're more than welcome, Jason, to sit through other parts of the agenda, or if you have, I'm sure you have much better things to do.
I picked the kids up from school, so I got till 3. So I'm just gonna see what's next, and I'll just sneak out.
You betcha.
The next couple items may interest you, actually.
Hey, that would be under new business,
Yeah, jumping straight, I think we're
7.13.
7.12 first.
7 point. Okay, I don't,
Page 98.
okay, 7.12, page 98. I don't have the 7.12 on my agenda.
Okay. Is that your crazy order agenda? Because it may have gotten moved around.
What is?
So this is the Southshore traffic study and implementation strategy. And that will be an item for Greg to present.
Thank you very much, Reeve Clark, members of council. So this is the Southshore traffic study, formal consideration by council, and then some decisions around implementation of that. So it's just a little bit of background. Council had opportunity to see the traffic study in February at the committee of the whole meeting. We then did a little bit of additional follow-up for some questions with the engineers that worked on the study, but we haven't actually done the formal decision on the status we're going to give the study, and that's why it's being brought forward today. The study itself is a result of a project that was done between the Summer Villages and the county, courtesy of a grant from the Alberta government, to basically look at the long-term traffic needs, both intersection and road improvements, to support the growth study around the south shore of the lake. Just roughly speaking, that growth node will probably double in size over several years. So it's a good, the intent of the study was to get a handle on what kind of infrastructure we needed when we get to that point, so we can think ahead about land acquisition, communicating which routes and options we're pursuing, and looking at financing mechanisms and means of making it actually happen when the time comes. So that is one part of the overall presentation. And Andrew, can I ask you to jump to page 128 in the agenda package? The study basically breaks future improvements down into a list of priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3 items. And priority 1 items include selecting a road for the east or the west area, that's west of 835, which is kind of the right through the middle where you see the kind of cyan blob. You see the dark red running north-south. That's Highway 835. And that large area to the east encompasses Scenic Sands, Buffalo Lake Meadows, and Old McDonald. So the option there is to create a new route up from 601 using 21-2 as a as a paved route. And then the solution for the area that's to the west of 835, sorry, my mistake, the east of 835, which it takes us to Bar W, Ocean Sands Heights, and White Sands, is one of two options. And what's up on the screen right now is called scenario 1. So that's the idea of coming off 835 and paving 40-2 to go then turn north along 20-4 to be a paved route up to the truck fill station in White Sands. The second option is what's called scenario 2, is to basically come down from the entrance of White Sands past 40-2 and have a new 2-mile segment of road through some relatively tough terrain to create a new access point at 601, basically 2 miles east of 835 and paralleling that alternative route into the area. Beyond that, the priority 1 improvements, so we have to make a choice between those two scenarios. And beyond that, the priority 1 were a series of intersections, usually out along the highway perimeter, which you see the red lines outlined on the drawing, and there's the circles that are provincial intersections for the most part. But as traffic grows, generally, those intersections will have to be improved. The priority 2 and 3 improvements were, in essence, paving all the other roads that weren't those 2 options that I mentioned already, given that there's approximately 15 to 16,000 vehicles per day that, upon full build-out, are expected to be using roads in and out of this area. So it gives a pretty steep capital budget just for the first list of priorities in the order of magnitude of $28 million when you're looking at those. Council does have to make a choice between scenario 1 or scenario 2 for us to start planning and being able to move ahead, which is also the reason why the report's in front of you today. The spread between those two options is approximately $3 million difference. Both are technically sound solutions, so the engineers are comfortable either one. One's not better than the other in that respect in terms of the quantity and how to deal with the traffic. And it comes down to more qualitative issues, which is the one that gives a better long-term alternative for emergency response, a more responsive grid if there's disruptions, or takes pressure off 835. And that does lean towards the scenario 2 option. The implementation challenge for that is basically dealing with hilly terrain south of 40-2, and also there's quite a few wetlands. In addition, we don't own the land necessary to build that 2-mile stretch. So the other priority 2 and 3 options scenarios would have to wait for later. Given the capital challenge, staff have put together a implementation strategy which starts on page 138, I believe. Oh, sorry, my mistake. That's the report. That's on page 100 in your PDF. And it outlines a number of points on how do we breach the gap of time between today and the fact that we're trying to accommodate development as we go, and this infrastructure need that we need over the long term. So on page 100 in your RFT, you'll see what we're calling the implementation strategy. That includes recognizing that we're going to have to continue using the gravel roads as they are. That's what we have to work with, and maybe increase the amount of dust control that's on there. So maybe using different products. And if you're the development causing the need, you most likely are going to be asked to cost share in that expense. There is a need to continue to look at road bans as an ongoing tool to protect the infrastructure. So between spring breakup or just excessively heavy loads, we have to make sure that we don't further destroy or erode what we already have out there. There is a need to undertake annual monitoring to get a better handle on how our theoretical projections match up with what we actually see on the ground. Maybe they are slightly different patterns. So before we actually build something that is relatively permanent, we have a window of time here to see if that is matching up and do some monitoring. Plus, it's also for our own knowledge in terms of managing the route network. With the exception of the one intersection that's flagged specifically in the LPRT decision, that's the intersection of 835 and Highway and Township Road 40-2. The staff recommendation is to leave the province to look after the rest of the intersections that are on the highway grid, recognizing that they are responsible for transportation and economic corridors that are based on a global overall provincial economic growth. And our growth node is certainly part of that picture. Number 5 is, as new developments come in, depending on which side of 835 they're on, seek to collect a fair contribution from those major developments using the development agreement process based on their anticipated levels of traffic generation. We've done that for in one case so far, the recent Bar W resort development. And over this course of the next 10, 15 years, there may be others that come along with that. Also look at revisiting the approach in about 5 years' time, again, after we've done some monitoring and see if we're still on the right track, or do we need to adjust course in any case, and also see how our dust suppression efforts have been holding up. Number 7 is to recognize that the county lands development area are not the only ones who will benefit from this intersection and infrastructure improvements. And there is a need to have some conversations about money and funding with our partners and neighbors at Roshan Sands and the Summer Village of White Sands, and also our other neighbor, the owner of the Roshan Sands Provincial Park. So that should occur hopefully over the next couple of years. And the study does provide us more data to be able to inform those kind of conversations. And finally, the 8th point in the strategy is to look at starting the design process so that we move from our theoretical high-level estimates. So right now for scenario 2, for example, it's $16 million, and only by doing a detailed engineering design will we actually be able to nail that down, and we'll get a more accurate figure over time. So the other element building on that last point is staff have looked at what would it take to move ahead with the engineering design. If we were to look at that as a short-term exercise, then it most likely would mean we'd have to put together an RFP, put it out for a consulting engineer, and see if they are, see who we're going to hire. It's not a small project, so it is worthy of going through that RFP and competitive process. I estimate when you look at engineering costs, usually we see that lump sum of 15%, but all of that is not initial design. Some of that should be construction management, supervision of tenders and a contractor. So, but around 5 to 7% of that could easily be the initial design and upfront preparation before you get to the tender stage. So that's where I'm arriving at the approximately $500,000 to $700,000 estimate of what that step of the process may look like if we were to go ahead with an RFP process. And then, of course, the purpose of having a competitive RFP process is to nail down that price in more detail. So that's by way of the background, Reeve Clark. It does lead to a cumbersome set of recommendations, which seems to be the theme for my items today. So going back to the front page of on page 98 of your RFT, one motion I would ask council to consider is to accept the Southshore Growth Node Traffic Study final report dated January 11th, 2024 as an information tool that will inform but does not bind future decisions of the county. So it'll be formally recognized as a study, but we'll still make this eyes wide open type decisions later on as we go, not necessarily blindly follow. The second item is that choice between scenario 1 or scenario 2. And administration is recommending that scenario 2 be selected as the best alternative for the area that is east of A35. The third item is the implementation strategy, the 8 points that I went over, again found on page 100 of your package, to direct administration to start making that happen and to carry out the implementation strategy. The fourth motion is providing administration authorization to undertake and set up a request for proposal process for the detailed engineering design of scenario 2. And that is the end of my report, Reeve Clark.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
My question is, what happens if we hit a roadblock on land acquisition? I know council has discussed this at committee of the whole about the preference being going directly south to 601. If we hit a proverbial roadblock, can we shift and go the other route? Is that an option?
Reeve Clark, I think the answer is yes, so long as I never see us closing off that east-west segment of 40-2 that is the other part of that scenario 1. So really the big difference between the two scenarios is that 2-mile stretch north of 601. The risk, especially if we've gone ahead with the design dollars, is that we basically wouldn't be able to recover or use that investment in engineering, that 2-mile stretch. So that would be one of the implications of if we go ahead with the fourth item in my report and then change at a later date to switch back to scenario 1. Some of our engineering design would have been lost.
Greg, I've got a question for you on that too. Looking at your map, I know this is the 11th and a half hour looking at these maps, but when we look at our existing road there, with like the existing road that does go north-south, it does intersect onto 40-2. Or 20, I guess 20-4. Would that be like where the yellow diverts off the green there? That is our existing road right now. Is there too severe curves in there, or?
It's pretty much a goat trail. In addition, we kind of lose a little bit by the kind of, depending on the direction you're going, the 190-degree turn, then followed shortly by another 90-degree turn. So it becomes
90-degree turns everywhere you drive. I didn't get into downtown Calgary without making quite a few 90-degree turns.
We also have a significant wetland too.
It's a little bit less continuous. Nonetheless, the alignment that you're seeing though up there is intended to be conceptual, and the engineering design is the only way we'll be able to get a little bit more detail on that, and it could very well shift a little bit more to the west, which means if we're trying to have that continuous, we may find ourselves doing a little bit more work on the north side of 40-2. Maybe bending that road a little bit to keep it as much as we can continuous north-south flow.
I can certainly see why rural neighbors don't want all that traffic going by their place, that they probably want a gate on it too. So, like to me though, if we have an existing road right away, it would be easier maybe to obtain further right away than trying to obtain all the right away. That's my only thought. Go ahead.
I agree with you. I think the process would be easier as well as less risk, as indicated with the engineering. And that particular option was advertised at a lower total value construction wise. And since we are talking about very large sums of money, that, I mean, in a perfect world, if money was of no object, I'd vote to go straight south to 601. It checks a lot more boxes. But eliminating risk and dropping a budget does seem pretty attractive to me.
Well, the risk portion is you put a bunch of money into this and still not be able to do it. That's my issue on risk on it.
I don't want perfection to be the enemy of progress, if that makes sense.
That's my concern on it. And I know we have a lot more time talking about this.
You've clarified Adjumite before. I forgot to mention the time also gives us a chance to seek provincial grants for that. Just I forgot to mention that, which would apply to either option the council's looking at.
Is there option to use the tourism part for additional provincial grants?
There always is that option. I've tried it with trying to get another road paved up there and haven't had a lot. If it isn't tourism, I don't know what is, but I think it just depends on what the allocation is, how many projects there are, what kind of mood they're in. Yeah.
Councilor Brewer and then Councilor Stewart.
When first come up there, I like the straight south one. To take all that traffic off of 835, put some on 601, and some will go one way and some will go the other way. And I think we should build it straight south, no matter what. Thank you.
Councilor Stewart.
Just wondering on the cost of the engineering study, how many partners would be in on that? Or is it,
We've clarified time. I'll give you my perception on that. I guess it depends how quickly you want to move ahead. Today, if we move ahead without consulting the partners about the cost, I think the answer will be one, the county choosing to go ahead. And I guess the alternative action would be to say, we'd like to do it. Let's go have that conversation with the other partners first to see if they're on board with us doing it. But in all likelihood, giving the order of magnitude and trying to produce funding or chase down funding, there's a chance the county may end up front-ending this and carrying the cost for a while. Sorry, on the engineering specific.
Councilor Stevens.
The Southshore study itself was funded thanks to largely an ACP grant. Is that an option for the engineering on the chosen path?
Definitely have to be a partnership for ACP to kick in. I don't know, it could be something we could try.
I'm just,
Also be over the order of magnitude that it would cover, but some is better than none.
I think our biggest hurdle is the land, right? If we can get access to the land, then in my mind, you'd want to proceed with the engineering. If you get stonewalled and can't get the land, and the county has to consider an expropriation, years.
well,
In years?
Yeah.
See, okay. When?
I'm of the mindset, if we're delaying this by years, I'd sooner take a bird in the hand with our upgrading our existing road, given that it's not quite as attractive of an option. I go back to this, I don't want perfection to be the enemy of progress.
How far of a path is that back to where 34? You know, well, we got 20-4, but there's that yellow trail. Okay,
It's right off of 40-2, which is kind of technically part of 40-2, but it's a goat trail because I think there's one resident on it.
okay, but with it there, how far from the road up to 40 or 20-2 is it there? The green.
20-4 is there.
20-4. Why do we got 20-4 over on the right-hand side then? Improved roadway, 20-4.
That's the road we would be coming down to go straight south.
No, but you're over it. You got a big green and white sign on top of another road.
That's
This is
not labeling this road, that's saying the roadway that we would improve, which as we told.
So 20-4, how far is it from the intersection on over to where that yellow goat trail takes off versus the straight green?
1 1/3 quarter section.
1 1/3 quarter. Okay, so 3/4, not quite 3/4 of a mile. Okay. Okay. It's just, I don't know about and the way the costs of everything are going up and stuff, if it takes us years on land, I don't, it is the bird in the hand.
So,
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that existing goat trail
That's what that is.
would still require land acquisition. We don't have enough right of way.
yeah, it's definitely not in the right of way. I'm not even sure there is a right of way.
No, but if we were to pave a road, I mean, we'd be doing some straightening,
Some curve.
road widening, that sort of thing, construction.
Like, that's quite correct. We'd be in land acquisition no matter which way you go. The minute you go south of
It's one thing to
20-2.
as to get the whole road though. There is two differences there to get a rod.
So I think one of the questions you have to ask yourself too is, so if you were to go in and pay for 40-2 and 20-4, what kind of buy-in are you going to get for participation out of the summer villages? Roach and Sands basically has two ways to get in there. One off of 6, or kind of both off of 601, 835 and 21-2. And then over, or White Sands can go 40-4 up to 56, or their favorite route is the Bar Harbor Road, which is 20-2.
I think in either one of these roads, when it's paved all along that front road in White Sands, I would say the majority of people are going to be taking the paved road through White Sands. I think we'll have less traction with Roshan since they already have a paved access. But I think it would be hard to argue logically that White Sands doesn't benefit from this project, considering that the road is paved all the way through their community, right to the water fill, essentially. If they were not to partner, we're scaling back our budget and we're having an entirely different conversation, because if they're not a part of this, why did they participate in an ACP grant
Well, I think
to do the study?
traffic's a major concern up there, no matter how you look at it. Maybe Craig's got an opinion, but if you're sitting in White Sands, what would be more attractive? Straight down to 601 on 20-4 or 20-4 and 40-2?
Are we putting the cart before the horse a little bit? I hate to delay this, knowing the mixed feelings on the gate, but if we're seeking other partners to participate in the funding, do we want to have that conversation with them first on what their preference is? We may have better buy-in on contributions if we don't say, here's the deal, take it or leave it, so to speak, on the route. And I realized that we did meetings with them when this was presented, and there was lots of time for Q&A then. It's not that any of this is going to surprise them, but numbers were not really discussed at that.
Actually, Reeve Clark, I can pick up on that point. It's kind of similar to the motion that the first one I'm putting to you. Participating in the study and adopting it for information does not necessarily you commit it to funding or commit it to an actual solution. You participate in the study. So in all fairness, probably the resolutions will be doing the same thing. Given where we're at for timing in the big scheme of things, would an extra few months to start that conversation really move the needle on our long-term build out of the project? Probably not. We already know that we don't have the money to do this, and we have several years worth of prep work, no matter which option we're talking about, before we're going to do anything. So that's, I don't think that would cost us much over the long term to do that alternative arrangement. Going back to CAO Cassidy's comment about which of the two main options may be more attractive to build the biggest group of partners to then cost share, I think scenario 2 does have the edge over scenario 1. So the scenario 2 being the straight down, even with the land ownership challenges that poses and the topographical challenges. And I say that because of the study that when we did the study, White Sands is a sizable portion of the traffic and development up in that area. And they have two fundamental traffic patterns. One is how we come and get to White Sands when we're coming up for a weekend. And the other traffic pattern is we're the permanent residents of White Sands, or once we're here, where do we go? So we're kind of splitting the traffic, trying to get out to the southwest towards Calgary for the most part for the first scenario. And for the day-to-day traffic, it's over to town, more or less. And that's where scenario 2 offers a little bit better of an edge than, because it's fewer bypass or backtracking routes compared to scenario 1.
Regarding that goat trail, we'd only know whether the county has that road allowance on the books.
Yeah, kind of, we went through another one over to Buffalo Sands. I don't even know if we have right away there. We'd have to
We'd
look.
have to check with Sharon to find out.
It is a registered road allowance there.
What about the green dotted line to the south? Is there a road allowance there?
A little bit.
Well, like a conventional road,
66 feet.
66 feet.
And one of that part that goes through a big wetland, right over the first dome.
That's Grover.
Yeah, I think rather than do that dog leg thing over, just go straight through. If you have to expropriate it, you have to expropriate. Get a road in there and get it nice and straight. You're not gonna get as many accidents. Put it in there, put a good road in, pave it, and that's all a pile of trouble. Like for White Sands, for this development, Bayview Street then can go either way, or could if they don't put in a gate. I said that right from the beginning, that's when you should build an end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Stevens?
Well, yeah, I'm prepared to make a motion. I will move that the County of Stettler number 6 accepts the Southshore Growth Node Traffic Study final report as an information tool that informs but does not bind future decisions of the county. And the county, oh, I'm just trying to.
We could probably do these each as separate motions.
Okay. Okay, so we have the motion on the table to accept the Southshore Growth Mode as per 1A. Any other questions or concerns on that? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
And here's where Michelle and Andrew will get frustrated with me as I go rogue. I'll move that we instruct administration to enter into negotiations with our partners on a preferred route and cost sharing.
Questions or concerns? Councilor Jenner. I'm just wondering whether that could be placed in with one of the scenarios.
Well, I think that Craig is likely correct on what option they would prefer, but still think it's valid to give them the option to voice their opinion before we spend $500,000 on engineering for an option that they don't like. And if they don't like it, the chances of them agreeing to fund it drop significantly.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilor Grover.
We're going to be building it, and we're gonna be the majority of our money. It's gonna be building this road. Why don't we build it where it makes most sense? And if they wanna come along for a ride, that's great.
Well, the one thing being is from a partnership basis, there is part of their payment. There's also part of the grant application.
I know that. But what I'm saying is, don't build a road that, like, go over, zigzag down and all that. I don't care whether they put into it or don't put into it. You better build that road straight. And at the end of the day, everybody's gonna be happy with it. And hopefully they will help us build it so that they have a decent way out of the south end of the lake.
I do care if they contribute because this is a huge dollar project and any contribution we can get is going to be better than just coming out of our coffers, but possibly what they could do, Councillor Stevens, is go with that first recommendation and say this is our preferred route and just give a short period of time to say if there's any, is there any objections to this route? So that you kind of, you get a.
I do suspect that they'll prefer to go straight south, but a $3 million price tag difference is not chump change.
That's it in the Bar Harbor Road.
Paving the existing road versus going straight south. The estimate was a $3 million difference.
That would be the Bar Harbor Road or back.
No, that would be
40-4
and 40-2.
Back to 835.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, from a safety basis, we understand the issues with that intersection versus 601. So that was a big part of our traffic study.
Yeah. I mean, either way, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, there's going to be intersection upgrades on 835.
Correct. Councilor Jenner.
And that percentage of the, what is it, 18 million in order to go straight south? What would White Sands percentage be versus select the extra 3 million? What would their percentage be on there? Are they all in for 20%?
I have no idea.
I would suggest that that is a point of negotiation. Something you wouldn't want to prejudice yourselves at this point. Wanted to go into those details in camera, we could, but suggest us doing some napkin math and backing ourselves into it more.
It could be 5%, 20, we don't know.
Like an in-camera session, or that's up to them to sit down and negotiate those numbers.
Just so I can explain my rationale to the rest of council. I'm comfortable with a short 2-3 month delay to buy us an agreement with our partners. I mean, we're talking about years to complete this infrastructure, no matter what. I'm comfortable with delaying it 3 months to make sure that our partners are on board and contributing. I would hate to see us financially funding this solely because we wanted to save 3 months in schedule.
So your motion now is to be able to see whether they want to go along with the.
To enter into negotiations with our partners.
I'm just kind of wondering whether to make this the next motion, to say like we choose scenario number 2. then they can choose on there.
I mean, we can, if you're looking for a friendly amendment for us to suggest that our preference is scenario 2, I'd be open to that. CEO Cassidy.
Well, I think there's a lot of work to be done on this. And I also think that there's more than just the summer villages as partners, right? We have one development that's going on up there, which means they'll contribute. We have another proposed one that means they will contribute. White Sands has another development, which may or may not go forward, which could contribute to it. And what about AT? AT has always stated they do not like the road on 835 from 601 north. You know, perhaps they could get into negotiations with us on funding that road north and making it wider and making it less curves and less big hills and less narrow and make it a safer road.
It is not lost on me that we're essentially discussing building an alternate highway to pick up the slack for an underbuilt provincial highway. And we're not even acknowledging, we acknowledge doctor recruitment or policing or any of these other topics as a download, but now we're talking about putting in a replacement provincial highway because no one here is satisfied with the existing one.
Well, I think that's an opportunity for us to either lobby AT or to try to work with AT or at least talk to AT. You know what lobbying takes. It took what, 6 years to get a bucket fill station at Ocean Sands? So, maybe that's something that we have to start looking at is getting the idea out there and then following up with a lobby effort to see if we can get them on board.
I think the idea needs to get out there and the conversations need to start.
I agree with you on the lobbying effort, but when we've had better luck, once we've chosen a route, once we have partners, that's when I think we have our best luck at lobbying, because now we're getting into detailed design. We would conceivably have a shovel-ready project, and that seems to be far more attractive when we're lobbying that A, it serves multiple municipalities, and B, the engineering, the study to provide the background and justification has been done. The engineering design has been done. I think that's our best opportunity for lobbying at that.
Mr. Gender?
Justin, if you want to go along with the friendly amendment, putting scenario 2 in as an option.
Councilor Silver?
I think you'll get better luck getting partners in if you allow the input. Because I know how we've felt sometimes with no input and just sent the bill, that doesn't fly very well. So I think it's important to have some input.
And that could also include if we had stated what our preferred route was.
I'm comfortable with setting our preference for
this is what we like. What do you think? Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion on this?
So to clarify, we are still not involving a scenario of just enter into negotiations.
With our preferences being scenario 2. Okay. Yeah, I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. You're in favor. Okay. And
I think we should probably defer until once we know how those conversations went at that point. Plus, there's another direction from council.
If I may.
Yes.
But I think I would like some direction on the implementation strategy because we still have to deal with traffic and we may be negotiating for a year or so. So that motion, I would suggest you continue dealing with that one, and then you may choose then to defer the 4 set of motions on the engineering design, which is which is the 4B alternative in the RFD.
All right, we'll move that the County of Stettler number 6 adjust the implementation strategy with one change from what's presented, and that is just bumping up the negotiation with our partners in the timeline. Because I think in your implementation strategy, it's slightly further down from what we're proposing. Does that make sense?
And it doesn't make sense?
It does make sense. It wasn't meant as a order of priority order. And then also number 8 in the strategy is kind of set aside by the delay on the decision. So.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. And there's a 4 now too? Or we said we would?
We would be just deferring the engineering to a future.
Okay. So do we need a motion to do that? Councilor Stillberg?
I'll give you a motion for 4B.
Okay.
That,
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay. 7.13, request for decision, request for funding for Buffalo Lake Southshore Reserve. That's all going to the road, isn't it? That's all going to the new pavement, isn't it?
Big phone one.
What is wow? Might be persuaded right now. Those are big numbers.
Page 139 of our package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. I appreciate the sentiment about the use of the funds. However, this needs to go to a different set of infrastructure. Equally important. A couple items happening in this report as well compared to the last. It involves 2 formal proposals been put forward to obtain grant funding out of the Buffalo Lake Southshore Reserve Fund. Looking ahead also at our own obligations under the Southshore Area Structure Plan and planning ahead for 3 vehicular public access spots. And then also some design issues and also some policy or implementation issues related to some of the facilities we're seeing being proposed on county land, which would be a shared ownership or shared contribution, at least for the initial construction between the county's grants funding and a volunteer labor. So the first proposal that you heard about, I think, a year ago at Community of the Whole was from Scenic Sands Community Association, and they proposed to build a picnic shelter and a small parking lot and an access off Abbey Road in what I'm going to call the uplands area of the municipal reserve that's located to the north of that particular subdivision. So a decision last year was not given to them with the idea that staff would take a look at that to see how it fits with our bigger plans for that area as one of our potential vehicular access points. So we've had a chance to look at it from that perspective, and given that it's the upland area, and if we were to modify that use ZMR or ER closer to the lakeshore for the vehicular access, be it for canoe launching, boat launching, or snow machine access during the winter, they're not competing for the same physical space. And some of the ideas may overlap in terms of using that new access for the parking lot as maybe a revised route to go from Abbey Road straight down to the lake shore. But I'm confident in saying that there's enough space left for their proposal to go ahead without foreclosing those other options for more details on that particular vehicle access spot. One of the cautions on this particular site is that it is heavily treed and it's a sandy soil condition. Lots of vegetation will mean more tree loss. Unfortunately, the trade-off most of them going to be considering a lot of times when we're developing these kind of open spaces around the lake is human activity versus preservation of the trees. On municipal reserve parcels, usually we're trying to favor the open space needs and human activities versus an environmental reserve parcel where we're trying to favor the preservation, but we can also do a public park in those locations. So that's where I think there are ideas for selective clearing to minimize the effect as much as they can, both for the parking area and the picnic shelter is a good start. There's a good chance we'll still have a bigger clearing, even if they were selective in the process initially. The ask is for approximately $80,000 under the reserve fund. And in this particular proposal, they haven't put a financial number around the sweat equity or the volunteer hours that the community association themselves intends to put in. In essence, there's a second part of the proposal, which is administration hadn't viewed more as basic maintenance and an obligation, especially when we're talking about trails and pathways that were built as part of a 1980s subdivision. So when we talk about reshaping those or fixing up signs, administration's view is that we're moving out of kind of the capital realm and getting more into an operating area and realm, that we should be covering that using our own forces. When it comes to raking the beach, that they do have a license to occupy from Alberta Environment for that lake shore, and historically they have done a cleanup in the past, and the county has supported them with staff and equipment from Public Works, and that's an option that we could take in that respect. So there are two-part proposal. One was for $20,000. It's more on the maintenance side. We're recommending that we tackle that in a different way. The $80,000 grant for the picnic shelter and the small parking lot, administration is ultimately recommending that that be funded at the Buffalo Lake Southshore Reserve. The second community up for request is the Buffalo Sands Community Association. The municipal reserve parcel that they're dealing with is kind of in the north and east edge of their community. It's a relatively cramped site, all things being told, but historically they've been making as best use as they can out of it, using it for parking, community events, and more recently a temporary soft-sided tent shelter for community events. So the desire is to replace the tent structure with a formal picnic structure building. Also reinstate a beach volleyball court, add a couple outdoor amenities like a fire pit area. And their proposal is financially, it's listed higher at $129,000, but a portion of that, about a third, is them putting a value around the volunteer effort and sweat equity of the neighborhood and community members building the facility. So when you try to take that out, you're back down to around $88,000 of capital outlay, relatively comparable. So it's that amount that would be, if approved, would be drawn out of the reserve. So administration is generally supportive of the concept. The one issue of concern is that in the proposal, they've noted for security reasons and the investment within the picnic shelter, the intent to keep it exclusive to the members of that community association in that neighborhood. And administration's view is that anything funded out of the Buffalo Lake Southshore Reserve should be accessible to all of the county community members. Doesn't mean they don't have some locked cabinets inside where they have to go through arrangements to secure access, but we think it should be not an exclusive building in that respect.
I got clarification from the community association president on that. I think it's a terminology issue. They do not anticipate renting it out to the broader public, but anyone that shows up would be allowed and welcome. They just don't want to create a rental facility from this infrastructure.
Actually, I'll circle back to that, Reeve Clark. Probably our motion that we put on the table will also address that if council agrees to the motion. So some of the other issues, we do support the proposal, but there will be a caveat on that one. Some of the other issues that came up in review is we're changing the nature of what we think we're changing the nature of what's been funded historically. These are getting to be a little bit more substantive projects. We're not just talking about a temporary tent or a picnic shelter, or sorry, a little bit of improvement to a parking area or a playground or bench or that. Playgrounds are significant as well. And there may be a bit of a policy or practice gap for us in terms of having formal agreements about the long-term use of these structures and their eventual replacement and who's responsible for what. So in the report, you'll see some discussion about the need to have maybe some agreements with each community association around the particular facilities or management of this particular space, more detailed than the license to occupy or other agreements have been using to date. Finally, staff are looking at where is the reserve going. We started with approximately $900,000 from sales of an environmental reserve parcel along the lake. We were able to add some interest to that. We spent some money out of it over the years, and most recently, so that brings us down to approximately $850,000 in the reserve fund to date. I think what's not accounted for there, we may be missing the stairs. It was put in at the Buffalo View Estates Marina, so that may take out another, I think, $10,000 to $15,000 dollars in that. So if council agrees to awarding the two respective proposals, 80,000 for one, 88,000 for another. Well, that would actually draw down another 188,000 total of that reserve. And administration suggesting that we start earmarking some of that for those vehicle or public access spaces that we still have to design, and then ultimately hopefully have some funds to build the physical items that we'd like to see there, be it an improved boat launch or a picnic area or beachfront improvement, that sort of thing. So to get there, we're recommending that we use the fund to fund a planning project for the 3 park spaces over the course of most likely 2025, to then give us our own capital plan for those 3 sites the council can consider for funding out of the reserve. To date, 3 out of our 5 community associations have been beneficiaries directly or indirectly from funds taken out of the reserve. And that means there'll still be some space for the other 2 communities to organize and do something of their own local priorities, and kind of split the difference between those local communities' needs and what we need for the bigger picture for the growth study or those vehicular access points. So that's what we're suggesting be considered by council at this point as well. So circling back to there's 4 recommendations attached to this one as well, Reeve Clark. So the first one dealing with the Scenic Sands Community Association proposal, and the recommendation is that a grant of up to $80,000 be approved for the construction of a picnic shelter, access and parking area on lot 69 MR, and also recognizing that the county is the owner of the land, authorize the community association to take out the necessary permits to build the structure. So that's a development permit and a safety codes permit. The second resolution or motion or recommendation is that the county approves a grant of up to $88,390 to the Buffalo Sands Community Association, again from the Buffalo Lake Southshore Reserve Fund, for the construction of a picnic shelter, volleyball court, and a community event area on 55 MR. Subject to them, terminology may be easier to solve than we may have thought. The picnic shelter being accessible to all county residents to a level that is satisfactory to the county CAO, if council is willing to delegate that to the CAO. And it authorizes the Buffalo Sands Community Association to then obtain the necessary approvals to move ahead. The third item is that the county authorizes administration to negotiate or start the process of creating agreements with each of the summer or the associations regarding long-term ownership, maintenance, replacement, and other relevant matters for their respective sites. And then once those agreements are at a suitable stage, or if we run into issues of terms that need to be confirmed, they would come back to council for consideration and acceptance. And the fourth is that the county of Stettler authorizes administration to undertake a request for proposal process to secure the assistance of a parks planner to do detailed site plans for the 3 vehicular access points that are identified in the Southshore area structure plan. So with that, Reeve Clark, we have any further questions or?
Is there any questions back to Mr. Deal? Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that the county approves a grant up to $80,000 for Scenic Sands Community Association as set out in staff recommendation 1A and 2A. Looking for a reaction from Michelle, which doesn't seem to be.
They're 2 different community associations, so there is a preference on my end for them to be separate, but if you'd like to put them together, there's nothing wrong.
Separating them, still be more.
I'll move 1A.
Does 1A include the fact of, for the all public use? They may not be renting it, but where
That's 3. That's 3A, I think.
3A. Okay.
This is the.
People can use.
We'll put it in the agreement.
Can use it, it's 3. What's that?
We'll put it in the agreement that it has to be public.
Well, it has to be. That's the only way we'll release public funds.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the table for
Staff recommendation 1A.
questions, concerns. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Now I'll move staff recommendation 2A.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I will now move staff recommendation 3A.
Can you move that up, Andrew, so we can read it, please? What else are you gonna add in there for wordage?
Well, I thought that it was included in negotiating the agreement that we would have.
That's correct.
Yeah, we're still happy. I think the council intent would be satisfied with the staff recommendation still.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
Now I will move staff recommendation 4A.
Questions or concerns from anybody? Call the question, all in favor? So we don't need the and/or? We don't need number 5.
Unless you have alternative direction or additional direction.
And you thought you were busy before.
As we move on to another. Request for decision to award RFP for Station 1 renovation design, 163. Oh, no, pardon me, that's Craig.
That's
Yeah.
it for Craig's items, so.
Yeah, I had that under Craig also, so.
No worries.
I had, okay. There was no 7.14 then?
He's awarding a station one.
That's this current item.
That's fine. Thank you.
Can you see why I don't create you the special agenda all the time?
Yeah, no, I can absolutely see that today. Yeah.
Thank you, Report. What you have before you today is a request for a decision for conceptual design and costing of a Station 1 upgrade. We posted the request on Alberta Purchase Connection. We received 3 answers back. The dollar amounts are on the second page of this document, ranging from $14,000 to $114,000. The expense award, the scope is the conceptual design, functional space, the increased washroom facilities, office space, classroom, and an apparatus bay. See what is currently, there has been some plans in the past, incorporate those ones into it. Communication mechanism with council and administration, and that would be for both councils. Stakeholder agreement, again, that's an engagement with council, administration, and the firefighters. What is possible on the building system evaluations, what needs to be done, and the final part of the scope is recommendation of a matrix summary document that would come back to council for your review and acceptance. Financial implication to the county of Stettler is just shy of $15,000, which was incorporated in the 2024 capital budget.
Questions, Councilor Bender?
Mr. Chief, are you satisfied with the concept of the design of the building?
I'm sorry, sir.
The concept, like this is redesigning the building, is it not?
Yes, yeah. It's an addition to the building to create more bathroom space in particular and office space, which necessitates a move to increase the classroom space.
Being that you're the one that's going to be living there and working in it, are you pleased with it?
Yes.
Stevens?
My only question is in regards to the range of quotes we got back. Are we comfortable with the low quote? Know the scope and understand it?
I think some of these guys got a little carried away. One was kind of like a concept, and then one was like complete drawings, and yeah, So that was the difference. And
I mean, maybe they're used to designing City of Calgary art projects. I'm not sure what this pricing, but.
City of Edmonton fire halls, have you seen the numbers on those? Yeah.
My kids loved the hula hoops.
I like the random beams that they call art, but teach their own beauties in the eye of the beholder. It's always my first question when you get that big of a range. Does everyone understand the scope?
I may answer that
Maybe the
question.
top two to know how to line the pocket.
The latter two, the one from Calgary and from Edmonton, I think they were complete designs, like detailed engineering drawings. And that's not what we were asking for in this one.
So they didn't follow the scope of the bid.
Right.
Okay. Councillor McKay.
Just one question. So this is gonna expand the fire hall by a bit, obviously, but you're gonna incorporate what's already there into this new project?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're gonna expand the building to accommodate this, but also at the same time, the office space and the washrooms there will be updated to be involved with the scope of this work, I take it?
Correct, yes, yeah.
Additions and repurposing. That makes sense.
Offhand, we really don't know how much more space we're really gonna need, 1,000 square feet, 500.
Yeah, at this point, we don't know exactly where we're gonna end up. Is there possibilities to go up with some of our building areas? And that's what we want this company to investigate, if that's even feasible.
Thank you.
Well, when we were first talking about this council to council, there wasn't an addition, was it? Wasn't it utilizing existing space to?
We were gonna try, but then we got into the building and found out like there's no washrooms for female firefighters. There's, it's deficient in quite a few areas. So we might as well get a good idea of what we've got to work with and then go from there.
I'll make the motion then for the recommendation to join with the town in the awarding the contract to the Mark Boutin Architectural Collaboration of Calgary.
Councillor Gender.
Are we gonna second, possibly a second story on there?
Possibly, yes.
So we get the pole right down?
We can investigate that possibility, sir.
It's safe work procedure nowadays. Big open holes that are 10 feet down.
Use the ladder track to lift everybody up there.
So then there'll be a practice of pole dancing?
No, that won't, no.
Ivan, you kind of lead us on that one.
No, thank you. Generally, they put slides in now, like a water slide to slide down from the second to the first floor.
Just a question back to administration, if this is a 50% study, would the additions be 50% too, or?
That would need to be negotiated based on needs, right? The square footage needs might vary between the two partners. So that's every capital addition to the joint service fleet, including all joint assets, which includes Station 1, require a separate conversation about how the share.
Because anything we've done outside, I think, has been 50-50, but the town still retains ownership of 2/3 of that building. So there is some negotiation.
I would hope we have a negotiation that if we're putting in half the funding, that it's going towards our portion of the building. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover is opposed. Carried. Thank you, Ivan. Eight, old business. The Gadsby ball diamonds.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a memo in front of you, trying to put some thoughts together. So we've had a few requests to use the ball diamonds out at Gadsby. And if they're just using them to practice baseball, like we don't need to worry about washroom facilities, kind of. But if we were to start renting that site out or allowing for that site to be utilized more, there are washrooms there, there's running water. So we looked into what it would cost to turn the power onto the site. And so it's going to cost us $1,750 because the Gadsby Ball Diamond Association did have it turned off, and it's been over a year. It's been a year and a half. So ATCO is stating that they won't turn it back on without a full electrical inspection. And then going forward, just to keep the power hooked up, not on and not using any power, but just keep it hooked up, we're looking at $122 a month, or $1,468 a year. And then there would be some power charges on top of that if we did, kind of crank the breaker on and start using power. So my question to council is, do you want to spend this money and do that, or do you just want to let the facility stand as is, and if people want to play ball on it, they can play ball? If not, we'll keep it mowed and we can use it as a green space.
So this will be individuals, groups, families, anything like that that really want to utilize it.
Yeah, we've had a couple requests from girls' baseball teams, so I think they were looking for some practice area. And I just said, well, just use it, right? Like if you're going out there, let us know and we'll get it mowed and use it. But then we had a couple of, or one request anyway, for a family reunion, I think, if I'm correct. And so getting access to the washrooms and the area where you could kind of be inside to cook. Larry's more familiar with the site than I am.
It's a very nice facility, but we're gonna let people use it and use it for practices and stuff.
Yeah.
I look out that window, I don't really care to see people using behind any trees. There's not a lot of trees there.
Yeah.
As washrooms.
Yeah.
So at the minimum, I think in the summertime, we should be putting porta potties in or do something if we're gonna allow that. Because if people are there playing ball for an hour or two, somebody's gonna have to go to the bathroom.
So then I think we just have to, our one-time fee of $1,750 to get it up and hooked up. Then we're just looking at that basic 122, which that's what it would be. I mean, it'll probably go up every year due to inflation, but that basic monthly cost, and then in the summer is probably when we'll have power.
The gas is still there.
The gas is still there. We didn't unhook it. I have kind of a deal with the painter's gas co-op.
I'm just wondering, it's just a thought, sitting here thinking right now about like a generator or something like that would run the power when it was needed. It runs off natural gas. It wouldn't take I don't think it'd take huge power to run. So if a family reunion wanted to use the water and everything, you could charge for facility with power, or no facilities that they just use the grounds. It's my only thought, because it is a nice facility. Either we're not going to rent it or we're going to rent it. One or the other.
Yeah, I guess that
And
comes
if our
down to the.
response is as quick as what we're in Gadsby, that people want, or one building people want to rent, we may as well not put the power in, because we haven't still got to talk to people on that. But
We're out there meeting with them today.
Are they?
Yeah.
Coincidentally, okay.
Well,
It goes to the point where if somebody's showing interest, the interest may not be there. Okay.
So that's why I brought the numbers to you guys. It's totally up to you. I'm good either way. Right now there's a sewer tank there, and then the tank has to be pumped out. We were going to hook it up to the sewer line as part of the transition work. So it will have a fully serviced sewer into it, power.
And the line is to the tanks. The Ball Association hadn't figured that out. It's been there for years.
Yeah.
And so basically it's a pump that will pump into the pressurized sewer. What you don't call it distribution, you'd call it
Collection.
Yeah, we really don't want to distribute wastewater.
But that is in place, so it would be a grinder pump. But it's one of those things, either we do something, or you can't really rent it out for reunions and stuff if it doesn't have power.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get the numbers together, and it's it's a budgetary issue, not a huge budgetary issue, but it's totally up to council which direction you want to go.
Councilor Grover?
If you're gonna rent it out, that's fine. I think I like to see small towns or small hamlets now they are. Go ahead and play ball and stuff like that, but, as long as we got insurance for it, we don't have a liability if somebody breaks their leg.
No, it falls underneath the
If
county
drunk
policy.
falls down, that could happen.
My suggestion would be that we, maybe we turn or start using the power May 1st, and we have it shut in by October 31st. That way we don't have to worry about freezing water lines, and we just have to winterize it, I guess.
Turn it down for winter and where you go.
I still think for cost, once it was put in, I still think a generator that was on demand would work quite fine with the natural gas. And then you're only paying for it when you run it.
So do you want us to go out and get some costs on some generators and bring it back?
I do think it wouldn't hurt because like I know what I paid for mine that runs the whole farm and you don't need a generator that big. Installed what that cost was. And then if the natural gas is there, that's what it runs on. You might have to put the odd battery into it and do the odd oil change, but it's going to be running for just only a certain amount of hours per year. And it would be utilizing part of the services there already. And then you still drain your water and do all that stuff, turn your generator off in the winter, and there would be no.
I think if we advertised it, that it was available to rent, do you think we get, or use, do you think we get much uptake on it?
I think maybe family, like the family reunion piece, there's lots of room to camp. It's trimmed very nice. And as long as there's a spot for people to gather, if the weather was not nice.
Like maybe an outdoor wedding venue or something?
Yeah, I think it could be used. It's gonna take some advertising and but if we get asked about it, we can't say, well, we have to look at putting the power on and that could take us 3 months and this is happening in a month type thing, so. Councilor Gender?
I'm just wondering how far outside of the box you would think.
How far what?
Outside of the box.
I don't know, it's to 2:30 now.
You want an idea? That's how about Belky's Pond? We just move it all down to Belky's Pond. Yeah, there you go.
That would be, yeah.
Outside the box.
That's fine if you're gonna split them, but. Councilor Stevens?
My one concern with the generator auction is,
Just like some wants.
yeah,
Well, you build the building.
like our water station.
We keep throwing money at the water station.
They beat them up and it's a big sign, there's no money in there, but, so common sense doesn't prevail.
The cost here isn't shocking to me. I do agree that seasonal use is probably the way to go. Not a ton of people looking for outdoor spaces in the winter. Not much fall late in December, but seasonal use makes sense to me. But the one thing we need to decide is this a minimalist approach that we're gonna take and just kind of free use, sort of ask for donations to use it sort of thing, and try and keep our costs down? Because if we're looking at renting this, then we're looking at cleaning staff for bathrooms and.
We're gonna get stuff with that anyway, I think, right? We have a public washroom, we're gonna have to get it clean.
So I think our budget may be a touch low when you consider that. And there is a markedly different expectation from the public for a facility that's kind of free to use by donation, please respect it, it's a community space, versus something that's charging. And the expectation, as soon as you're billing for something, there's a sense of entitlement that comes with that. And I do not want to set ourselves up where we're being asked to manicure and provide a service higher than what we're expecting.
You know, in the past, it did have some very good ball tournaments out there. But even for the ones to go out there and practice ball, I think it's great. I think it's wonderful for that facilities to be utilized. All I'm saying though is if we're gonna do it, the bare minimum we need to do is have porta potties there or something so that they have a spot to go to the washroom if they need to. And then if we say we don't want to rent the buildings out, that's one thing, or we say we want to put the power in. The only trouble is then how do you address keys, or do you have codes, or what do you do to allow people in the bathrooms, et cetera, every time somebody wants to go practice ball.
Yeah, that's kind of in your territory.
Yeah, I wouldn't be particularly comfortable leaving the facility unlocked.
I would not either, to be.
I think we'd see vandalism, senseless vandalism, and some theft.
We might see somebody move out there.
Yeah, you're right.
You could see it's water pretty easy in the winter if the bathrooms are warm.
So, yeah, we would need some system, and I would recommend either just a key system where the keys get returned or a pin we can change.
I think the pin would almost be our better option of something we could change. And yeah, but it is something to think about, because then if we're going to have that as our bathrooms and we got teams that are just practicing, going out to practice, we have to have that they can get into it.
Well, maybe we could put together a little more extensive budget on what it would cost to kind of minimally run it.
Yeah.
And we could maybe price out a generator and bring it back to the community of the whole or something.
ATCO never gets a tear in their eye. Like, they talk about community involvement. When all you're doing is powering.
Ever filled out a grant application for ATCO gas? Oh my goodness.
I mean, ATCO power. Because it's just, to me, just to have the power there and that kind of cost. We have a building that has the power there. It's $68 a month without power.
How much?
68, which is way too much, but I mean, that's double. Like.
We're a commercial entity.
Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. This is recreation.
I don't think they distinguish between that too much.
I think we go with power, because I just scared that generator will walk away or it won't run. Power, well, I don't know if power's gonna run all the time either.
So I'd have to, we'd have to figure out how to let people use it, like how to get into the washrooms and the other larger building. Then figure out how we're gonna keep it clean, because there's nothing worse, right? And we can bring that back to the county.
I know a lot of community halls and stuff. That's one of your checkoffs at the end is you clean everything to a certain degree and clean the washrooms included. So for your family reunions and stuff, that could be it, or it costs so much to do it, and then you basically third party out it.
Yeah, I think with the COVID, after the COVID days, that I think whoever cleans the water station, the water truck filling things, it just have to be added onto their loop. I'd have to talk to Kara, see who's doing that. They're just gonna have to keep them clean in the summertime.
Somebody does clean that building up there now?
I think so, yeah.
That's just county staff using it though.
I was just gonna add that, I think in the long run, it would be cheaper just to use power than to purchase a generator, because, and then the quietness of it too, when it's running. And then generators typically gotta run, well, once a week, just to make sure they do run. So they're gonna kick in anyways all through the year. And yeah, my preference would be to use power.
Yeah, that was just another alternative that wasn't gonna be a huge monthly bill to us.
And the upkeep on them, it's maintenance, the whole bit. So.
Yeah.
I mean, the facility's there, it may as well be used for sure.
Okay, we'll bring this, just a motion to bring it back to committee of the whole, or?
Council Jenner, motion to bring it back to committee of the whole. Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Now we get into the chief. I think I'm in the right spot, am I?
I believe that.
This is really funny for me.
I'm glad you're so amused by this.
I don't really think it's that funny.
That's why I offered to give you a regular one to have next year.
Yes, 10.1, I believe, would be our next.
I almost think I've been, if I was very sensitive, I think I've been sabotaged.
He's quite controlling, isn't he?
Yeah.
Why don't you like to sit over here?
Yeah. Kept you awake today. 10.1, Chief Administrative Officer's Report, page 188 of the package. Everybody's had an opportunity to look at our report that we certainly have a pile of data in. We're always giving lots of data.
Move it.
Grover moves it. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
No vaccines.
10.2, financial reports, 10.2.1, accounts payable register, 10.2.2, bank reconciliation, 10.2.3, reserves, 10.2.4, year-to-date budget, all of, as of April 30th, 2024, and that is page 233 to page 260 of our package. Any questions on any of those? We've had some come through by email. And I think there was answers to them.
Yes.
Yeah. Councilor Stettler?
I'm just going to move they accepted there as presented.
No question, all in favor? That's carried. Councilor, fee sheets, page 254 of the package to 260. Is there any questions, concerns on them?
On Mr. Grover's, you've got two.
What now?
Closer to your mic.
You've got two of them for the Red Deer Rivers user.
I got what?
Two of them for the Red Deer River Users Group.
Oh, I gotta have a look here. The one went in Katy Valley. Oh, and the other one was a Zoom meeting, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just kind of wondering about the Acadia Valley one.
The Zoom meeting we had was discussed, the dam out here, the Arlen Dam. And what, we're gonna go forward with it, yeah. That was on the 24th. So, what, did I put them both on the 24th?
No, it's year date. 16th May and then the 2nd of May.
Yeah, there's two meetings, yeah. The one was a Zoom meeting though.
I'm just kind of wondering how's the one for me, the second.
Well, the other one was, the one at, Katy Valley was, we went down and looked the irrigation project over and all that. And the other one was actually a meeting. We only had it was only half a day.
Okay, I'm just kind of wondering how is the one for me, second justified?
You were wondering what?
How is it justified?
I don't know, they called a meeting.
Was it hosted by Red Deer River Users Group? Or
Yeah.
was it put on as an open host?
No.
Acadia Valley?
This Katy Valley, we had a meeting there.
Special areas.
No, the one in Acadia Valley was a Red Deer River Users Group, yeah. And the other one was some information on, the Arlen Dam on the river. Over there by Content Bridge, yeah.
I got a poster here that says Regional Irrigation Open House in Acadia Valley on May 2nd.
Yeah, we were on, we went and looked at the whole project, yeah. And we had a meeting there too.
The Red Deer River Users Group.
Yeah, that's true, that's what it is.
Because here it says it's put on by the Special Areas Board and the MD
They
of Acadia.
hosted it, yeah. But it was, Red Deer River Users Group is the deal, yeah. You betcha.
So they had a meeting there, it wasn't just.
Yeah, no, we had a meeting there, and we also had a tour of where the project was gonna be. And so we had a grasp of what was going on, yeah.
Is the water coming to Red Deer River?
Huh?
Is that water coming out of the
Yeah,
Red Deer River?
it comes out of the Red Deer River, yeah. Nice project, about 10,000 on the, 10,000 acres on the south side of the river, which is be buying loss, that's, in special areas. 8,000 acres on, Acadia Valley, which is on the north side of the river. Yeah. No, and we had a sit-down meeting at that one too. Yep. But thanks.
Any other questions?
I'll move.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I didn't stay for the open house.
10.4, council committee reports. We've got County and Stettler Housing Authority, Innovates Conference, Councilor Nyberg went on. Parkland Regional Library Board, Stettler Public Library Board, Stettler and District Family and Community Services. And There should have been a few more on here, shouldn't there? No? That's all there was?
I was tardy on one.
I don't have to apologize on any because I didn't have any in mind, but Dave, there should have been a Red Deer Rivers user group on here. They're for reports.
Should have up and on next.
Okay.
Just a correction, I guess, on my FCSS one, the date of the meeting was the 27th. It was moved from the 21st to the 27th. But I still had it in my calendar as the 21st, so that's where I took it off of, but it was actually the 27th.
Any other corrections or comments on reports? Councilor McKay?
I'll move to receive them for information.
On the question, all in favor? That's carried. Consent agenda items, was there any of those that needed to be pulled up a bit or to
I think maybe the letter to Big Valley or from Big Valley and back to Big Valley.
and that would be 11.5, page 288 of the package.
And then of course an explanation of Bill 20, but that's going to be getting lots of discussion.
It is getting lots of attention. It will, I'm sure there'll be points we want to discuss further once clarification comes.
So we did get a formal notification that Big Valley was not going to honor their share of the bridge on their local access road. And then we responded to it. So I put both on the package for you.
It was, I went by there the other day and how noticeable it is with the bridge and also the asphalt upgrade because of that bridge project. I just can't understand how.
We just went and seeded it too because it was on the list for 18s.
Any other topics, any of the councilors want to talk about the consent agenda items? Councilor Stevens?
I'm just wondering, the Big Valley request, we did receive a letter from them earlier.
Requesting an extension?
Yeah,
And I sent it back telling them that if they wanted to write council a letter or appear as a delegation at this meeting to ask council for extension, they were welcome to. They gave until Wednesday of last week to get to us, and we never heard a word. So we pulled out Friday. The lagoon is finally drained. We shut it off Monday, so we're no longer have any obligation to oversee that. MP did follow up with a report, and I think they worded it as needing an emergency extensive repair to the lagoon. That's Village of Big Valley's wheelhouse.
good, fair enough. They were given the opportunity to respond or come.
Yeah, I held open a delegation spot for them, and they never responded. So.
I should have asked this question when Donalda was here earlier, but they're not having to drain their lagoon within the next extension we've given them, are they?
No, Donalda's lagoon has been drained this year already.
Just kind of thrown at us with Big Valley at the end.
Yeah, Donalda's infrastructure is definitely in better state in that regard, and they've got a very clear discharge path as well. That's well registered on titles.
Councilor Stillberg?
In regards to the Big Valley bridge funding incident, I still find it extremely disappointing that they didn't honor their verbal commitments to this. And our administration largely went over and above to help them with it, to get their access to their village and to source pavement at the same time. I mean, it was a lot of extra work, but the biggest thing is, before that, how many times has our county stepped in to work with Big Valley and much of it free gratis. I mean, over the many, many years, we've done a lot to help our smaller municipal partners. And it's still so extremely disappointing when they just said, no, like we decided we weren't funding that because we didn't have a motion. So I don't know. It's really, it really drops the level of trust big time, I think.
Having your hand up, or you just, no? Trying to multitask.
Yeah, I was just doing some signing.
Yeah. Okay, Councilor McKay?
If there's no more comments, I'll move to accept them.
One more question before we vote on that. The letter from our MP requesting his support on a letter out, I'm wondering if it doesn't make sense to support him in his request. I mean, I think we have fairly good representation right now regarding MPs and MLAs for our current riding, but it's not often that our MPs or MLAs make a request for our support. I do think it makes sense to provide those support, especially when it's just a letter. I will,
There's a motion on the table.
I can do the motion after. That's fine.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to accept the reports.
Yeah, but that one should have came first.
It should have, but there was, okay. Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. And Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we instruct administration to send a letter as suggested by our MP Damon Currick in his letter. I think right now some added pressure may be helpful because there was a recently admitted mistake by the Parliamentary Budget Office that they did not calculate all the economic costs associated with the carbon tax. And it seems to be getting buried as to whether or not this next follow-up report will ever see the light of day. A little bit controversial when our environment minister's staff sent a letter to the budget officer asking him not to release that report.
Okay, that was all part of your motion?
Well, no, the motion was simple,
You have
to
to
instruct administration to send a letter. The rest was just background.
Councilor King?
So the budget isn't quite correcting itself?
No. Councilor Gender, we have a motion on the table. We have a question. Question on favor. Carried. Now we are in camera. And somebody takes it down. Councilor King?
I will do so. Move us into camera.
No question on favor.
I'll move that we instruct administration to make an MSI grant application to complete the Carlisle Estates project.
Any questions, concerns? Questions, all in favor? That's carried. Our next meeting is
July 10th.
July 10th. And, we need one more motion. Councilor Rowe. All in favor?